Hello. Good morning. Well, good morning for me. Hi, Milestone. How are you today? Cooking stream. Yeah. And we have a new outfit. We're doing Canada. Canadian food, sorry. I meant to say Canadian food. Yay. Oh, Milestone. You're the first one in chat. You're the first active chatter. If you want to, you don't have to. You can click the channel points redeem for active chatter. You don't have to. Either way, just letting you know. I'm just drinking some coffee right now as I get myself organized. As we actually haven't done the plan of exactly what we're cooking today. My voice is a bit raspy. Should have some voice exercises. All right, that's fine. Okay. You're listening. No worries. I need my notebook. I haven't actually done the planning, so I want to plan. I've already planned what food to make, but I just need to. Thank you for the pat. Daddy, hello. You're lurking today. Welcome. Man, I need to just. I just need to play around with my audio settings for a second. Voice, Spotify. Hopefully. Oh, now I can't hear my voice. That's okay. I'll figure it out in a second. All right. Okay, so we're doing 3 recipes today. I know it's a lot. I had to wake up early for my scan. I did that, and then I came back and the scan was done, and I was like, okay, but now I feel tired again. So I went back to sleep, which is why my voice is a bit raspy because I literally just got out of bed 20 minutes ago and got ready for stream. So just struggling with the energy levels at the moment. But we have 3 things. We have tortilla, which is a French Canadian meat pie. Now, the thing that this meat pie is interesting, which is why I picked it, is because in the past on this stream, we have made Australian meat pie, which involves a gravy sauce. This one is interesting because all the ingredients are cooked beforehand. Sorry, the filling is cooked beforehand and then it goes in. It's also mixed with potatoes, which I've heard of shepherd's pie where you have a layer of pie gravy and sauce, and then on top you have potatoes. Whereas with this one, it's all mixed together. The other interesting thing for this one that is interesting to me is that it is filled with so many spices. So the list is classic salt, pepper, but then there's dried thyme, dried sage, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, allspice, mustard, cloves, cayenne pepper. So I'm curious to see how this is all going to taste. The filling is made up of like a celery, ground pork, ground beef, lots of garlic, onions, as expected, and then the potato. So so I know last on the list we're going to be making poutine because with poutine I'm cheating. I bought some already like made up chips, and from what I can tell about poutine is the only thing I have to make for it is the gravy, which I've made gravy before in the past, and I have my technique to try and not get any lumps. So I'm not too worried about that. So I'm going to leave poutine till the last because it's really just like tearing up the cheese, air frying the chips, and then it's done. Um, Now I wonder whether, actually, I'm thinking, should I make, so the other dish I'm going to make is butter tarts, which is, um, it's a short crust pastry tart with like a filling inside. And it is very, very decadent. Um, there is obviously a very high content of butter and sugar and egg, and it's kind of like an egg tart. So it's meant to be kind of also like filled with syrup as well. So I'm thinking actually maybe the first thing we do is actually make the maple butter tarts. Um, and in this recipe I found, which you can see in recipe links, it uses syrup, corn syrup, but but maybe what we'll do is instead I'll substitute it for maple syrup. Brown sugar, corn syrup, butter. Yeah, and I'm not going to make the pastry. I cheated and I purchased the pastry. So we might actually do that. So number one, I'm going to do the butter tarts. And I think based on this, even after I bake it, I need to let it cool. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So the filling is apparently kind of like a filling made of pecan tarts, but without the pecans. So maybe what I'll do is I'll also make a note to add walnuts. Okay, so that was the first. We'll do butter tarts. The second, we'll do the tortilla. Also, in like 21 or 20 days, it's going to be birthday. Is it your birthday milestone? What are you going to do? That's exciting. That's in a month's time. I'm going to see how long this pie takes to cook. Bake until brown. Oh, actually, it sounds like we should do the pie first because once we cook it about an hour and then we need to let it cool before we cut it open. Okay, I've changed my mind. We're doing the pie first. Like, yeah, it's going to be good. Will you have a very, very big party, or are you a big party kind of person, or are you a chill party kind of person? Or do you do like, do you have a big family? You're going to do like a big family thing. All right, I think I've got my plan. We're doing the meat pie first, then the butter tarts, then the poutine. That's the order. All right, chill party. Oh, cool. Like a house party. All right, I'm going to swap over to our cooking stage. Ah, yes, and the mic is now boosted. Hang on. Do, do, do. Okay, is that better? Ah, that should be better. You're just a kind person. Maybe I should dual mic it. Is that weird? I feel like this dual mic sounds better. Which one takes the longest? The beef pie, the pie takes the longest. I'm going to do the pie first. Let me know if the audio sounds weird. I think do the longer one. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay. I have my notebook, I have my coffee, I have my phone. I'm heading to the kitchen. Oh, and I need to set up my chat. Okay. All right, we're good. Everything is set up. This is a little bit too much. There. Okay. Oh, Yum. All right, I have my walnuts for later. I'm going to use the muffin tray for tarts later. For the pie, we need to actually cook a lot of the filling. So for now, I'm just going to get all the ingredients out. Let me check my phone. Okay, tortilla. Tortilla. I'm not French, so I can't pronounce it. So we're not going to do the cups, but we're going to need so many. We're going to need so many ingredients. Salt, pepper, dried thyme, dried sage. I need to find allspice. I need to find nutmeg. I need to find, oh, I don't have cayenne pepper. Can I? Allspice. I need ginger and cinnamon. What's this one? Cinnamon. Can I use paprika instead of cayenne pepper? They kind of look the same. Mustard powder. Mustard powder. I need to find. Oh, I have some more cinnamon here. I might use that up and use that cinnamon. Coriander, citron, smoked paprika, garam masala. Cumin. Do I not have ginger? What's this? This is coriander. That's not it. I have chili. That's not it. That's not it. Fennel, marjoram, ginger powder. What are we up to with this? Hang on. Salt, pepper, thyme, sage, cinnamon, oh, cinnamon, yep, ginger, check, grated nutmeg, check, allspice, check, mustard, check. Now I have I don't have cayenne pepper, so I'm going to use paprika, and they want us to use cloves. Now, ground up cloves. Now, I don't have ground up cloves. I have cloves, but I do have a mortar and pestle somewhere. Where is my mortar and pestle? Hold on. I have to do a rummage. Oh no. Where is my mortar and pestle? I had it in the last one. Am I just not seeing it with my eyes? Post something on YouTube. See you in the background. Yeah. Post on YouTube. Yes, I need to edit some stuff. I'm working on a long edit, which is why I haven't been working on some short edits. Because there's only just one person doing it all, and that's me. It's definitely not here. Oh, here it is. It was in a different drawer. Yeah. I make all the short edits. I make all and I'm working on a long edit. So plus I'm juggling the health condition, and so energy is limited. Plus also like I do stuff to set up the stream. So things like organizing the menu, sorting, creating the outfit, the Canadian outfit for today, which actually is takes a bit of time. I was up till 2 a.m. last night drawing this outfit, and then this morning I rigged it. So that takes like overhead work as well. Yeah, it just depends on like what I want to focus my energies on. And I've decided that I want to focus my energy on like learning how to use DaVinci Resolve to do longer edits with more kind of effects and stuff like that. And color correction and audio balancing, a lot of things. Okay. So I also need to boil some potatoes. And I think we're going to be ending up making mashed potatoes. So actually, I'm going to grab out my chopping board. What is your fit on IRL? Is it Canadian style? No, I just normally just wear an apron. But sorry, I need a cough. Actually, I need to find my water. I felt my water bottle. My outfit on the PNG today is a Canadian outfit. I did a bunch of research, and once again, another country that's had quite a history of colonization. It offended you. No, my IRL fit is an apron. No, so the Canadian one was actually kind of hard to design for the stream because the obvious one is Mounties, but they don't really use that outfit anymore, which is the mounted Canadian police. And it's featured a lot in popular culture, but it's no longer really used. And what was I going to say? Yeah, it's no longer really used. And there's so much different civil strife that Canada had because of its colonization past. So one of the things I learnt was actually one of the first people that kind of visited Canada, or the landmass that is Canada, earlier on were the Vikings. And they ended up retreating and actually not really having a settlement in Canada. And then after that, there were already Indigenous people living in Canada. Once again, another cat. Hi, cat. How are you, cat? I'm just chatting about the outfit inspiration for today. I'm so sad I missed your accidental stream the other day. I was getting my hair cut, and so yeah, I missed it. You're well. How are you? I'm a little bit tired today. I don't know why. My voice is like kind of heavy. It feels like I have like something going on, but I don't know whether it's just a fatigue. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But that just only happened today when I woke up. I don't sound well. Yeah, my body's like going through some. Yeah, I hope it's nothing serious. Well, I hope it's just like tiredness. It didn't help that I was up till 2 a.m. during this Canadian outfit. That probably wasn't doing wonders for my energy levels, but yes, they got away with me to me. It got away from me, and then I was like, got to evening, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I also had to, I actually had more planned for this outfit. I really wanted to do a beaver on my head because beaver fur trade was really, really prominent in like kind of making Canada really important to European powers. But then I just didn't have enough time. So I just simplified it and just kept it as the Canadian maple leaf, which actually, fun fact, the Canada leaf on the Canadian flag. So before it became a Canadian flag, or Canada was like a mix of British colonies and French colonies. And there was a lot of fighting stuff. And there was a point where Canada's prime minister at the time was like, we need to have our own flag. Like, we can't just keep having a flag with the Union Jack on it, which represents, it looks very festive. Yeah. Like, it can't just be, you know, an offshoot of Britain. And they actually went through, like, there's apparently a whole massive public debate about it and things like that. And they proposed like a few different designs. For a while, there was a design where it was like 3 maple leaves. So there was like blue, white, blue background. And in the center was 3 maple leaves joined together in a stem to represent unification. And then people didn't like it. But then a dean of art at one of the universities proposed the current design, which is red, white, red with the maple leaf. And they made a few modifications. They made it eventually, made it 11 points on the Canada leaf. And then that became, and people liked it. Oh, there was still like some problems. Like people were still unhappy about changing the flag or for this time. Yeah. Yeah, so, and then that's how it came to be. And I thought it was really cool because like nowadays people really love the Canada flag. It's very easily recognizable. Apparently like flag enthusiasts love the flag because it's like, it's a very nice symmetry. So like you can fold it in half and it flies the same both ways. As opposed to the Bhutanese flag, which is like a dragon on it. It's like one of the few flags. Oh, and it's the only flag with a dragon on it, which it doesn't quite look the same if you flip it. And also, yeah. And because Canada used to be all these different provinces, essentially. And the latest one, Nova Scotia, is it Nova Scotia? I think so. Only joined in the 60s, which is, you know, fairly recent-ish. So it's all very, very fascinating. So I really wanted to do that. And also because I also wanted to represent the Indigenous people. Not that long ago. Exactly. Not that long ago. I also really wanted to represent the Indigenous people of Canada. So I did a bit of research. There used to be a lot of different tribes in Canada, as you would imagine. And actually, the word Canada was used by the Spanish. One of the Spanish, I don't even know what to call them, colonizers. No, they were trading with Indigenous people. But Kanata, Kanata, was an Indigenous word to describe a settlement. And so they used that word and applied it to the whole of the country. Colonizers fits. So my outfit is actually not a colonizer fit. It's the Métis people, which is one of the Indigenous groups. So from what I could research, there's kind of like 3, now it's got to kind of categorize into 3 kind of groups of Indigenous people. There's the first Indigenous peoples, which I couldn't really see like a style of their clothes. The second group was the Inuit, which is they reside in a lot of the snow terrain around Alaska towards the north. And so a lot of their clothing is like a lot of furs and things like that. And then there's a third group called the Métis. I don't know if it's, I don't know if the enunciation is on the S or the Z. Um, so I'm probably butchering the naming of them, but the Métis people. And if you look them up, they have a lot of beadwork, a lot of embroidery, so many colors. I managed to find like an archive of what this outfit is based on, this top is based on. And so I kind of recreated it with a few different additions and changes here and there. And a lot of their clothing also involves a lot of nature as well, like floral themes, leaf themes, plant themes, that kind of thing. So I really wanted to kind of like incorporate that. And I think like as a people, I have the impression that Canadian people are very nice. so I was like, oh, I want to do justice to their people. And at this point, all the countries that we do research on, we the history kind of goes, oh, colonizing. Interesting. Okay. So I want to kind of like give a nod back to the local Indigenous populations. Yeah. Okay, I've got my potatoes. I'm going to load up this pot. I'm just going to boil it with some salt, I think. And then when it is done, I don't have a potato masher. I still don't have a potato masher, but I do have a jar. So I will mash the potatoes. I'm just going to put a bit of salt in and then we'll get that going. Salt, salt. Ah, here you are. This is just like my bulk salt, which I use for dissolving and stuff. Okay. And then I will set that to boil. I believe those are the instructions. Let me check. Gather ingredients. Make the dough. Skipping that. Unrelated, but what did you do with your hair? Oh, so I haven't actually had a haircut in 6 months. So I always go to the same hairdresser. She's this like very cute. She owns her own hairdressing salon. I've been going to her for years now, and I don't know. I just really like it. She just is really fun. She always has like, you know, sassy advice to give. She's this Vietnamese lady, but yeah, she just has her own kind of salon thing. And so she doesn't do like really, really fancy stuff, but she does enough for me. And so I always get my hair dyed. I don't know why. I think I just enjoy, oh, I know why. IRL, I wear a lot of black clothes. And so to offset that, and plus because it's just fun, I get my hair dyed like a brown color. And plus like sometimes she'll like suggest different things. Like she's pretty good about suggesting different things. So it's like, it's just fun going to her. So I always just get like my hair and my roots done all the time. But I hadn't actually had a proper haircut in so long. I don't know why. I just was just like, kind of like, you know, the cut is fine. Like she cuts hair really, really nicely. And the thing is like, it grows out really nicely. But it was time. I think it'd been almost like 6 months. Like I think since I quit my job, I hadn't even bothered to cut my hair. And so it was getting kind of long and, you know, the shape was kind of lost as well. So I can show you, like, I normally keep my hair like clipped up in a bun, but I don't know. I don't know if you can see the color. It's kind of like, oh, look, it's brown. I don't know. Anyway, it's just like a dark brown color. But this time, she was really excited and she wanted to do a new style of haircut that was trending. She was like, oh, I learned how to like, well, she didn't really learn how to do it. You love Dark Brown, it's classic. Yeah. It's really, I just do it at a lazy because also I had gone blonde for a few years, but the amount of upkeep and like bleaching I had to do, it was just kind of like not kind of worth the effort. I really liked it, but it just was like too much work. And yeah, change her if you change her on PG if you want to. Yeah. So the haircut. So she was so at the moment. Oh, I know. I think maybe like a year ago, the butterfly haircut was trending. And she's like, oh, this is just side bangs combined with long layers at the back with like layers at the front to frame your face. This is not that hard. And then she did it on a different customer. And then with me, she was like, you want to try it? Like I cut it really, really good. I'm really, really good at it. And I was just like, oh my gosh, she's so excited. Okay. Like, I think I'm okay. So I was like, okay, all right, go for it. Um, so yeah, so I now have at the back I have layers but only at the bottom bit. So my hair is long and it's like layered on the bottom bit, on like the bottom like fifth of it. But then on the sides I have layers, and then I have side bangs, which I adore my side bangs. They're so much fun. I just like I this is really silly, but they I feel like a Korean actress male main lead with my side bangs. I'm not, but I feel like it. So every time when I go out, I put them in like a curler just to give them like extra volume, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, I'm like in my own drama in my head. Come on, guys. Sometimes you just got to do things to like spice up your life, okay? Hey Val, how are you? Yeah, so that's a little thing I do. Yeah. And actually, I learned how to trim my bangs. Like, I learned the technique to cut them. So I just trim my own bangs. Like, my hairdresser will like do a fresh cut, but then in between when I see her, I will just cut my own bangs. And so it's quite simple. Like, I'm really good at it now. I even bought like the special, like, I have two pairs of hair cutting scissors. I have like the straight scissors and then I have the thinning scissors. So like, yeah, I'm getting pretty good. Oh, okay. We're going onwards with the ingredient prep. But yeah. So I mean, my hair kind of looks. It's my OC PNG character is literally me. Okay, like it is not. I mean, I think my PNG character probably has shorter hair for commit. Like I like the little ponytail that I put on the PNG thing. My ponytail is probably like quite long now. And then most of the time, I'm really, really simple, guys. A cutie pie, yeah. I normally just keep my hair clipped in like a gold clip. And because I have a lot of hair and it's really thick. And so the only clips that I can actually buy are metal clips. I have bought, like buy and use, sorry. I have bought like plastic clips before, but the teeth are not strong enough to contain my hair. And so, yes, I have to purchase these metal clips. But good thing I like it. So my styling now is so simple. My styling now is literally like black clothes with gold accessories. That is my IRL styling. I like to think it's minimalistic, and the thing is, like, I've made that decision also because it's not that I enjoy really cute clothes, but the problem is that I can't justify oh, like my wardrobe to just keep changing styles and outfits and things. I know wardrobes is like a representation of self and identity. I do have some pieces, like some dresses for special events, and some traditional Vietnamese dresses, and things like that. But I've drastically in the last few years made the decision to because I've watched all these documentaries about waste and about consumerism and things like that, I choose to not partake in that. And so as a result, I've made kind of like conscious decisions to kind of like streamline my wardrobe and simplify my color palette kind of thing as well. And is particularly, it is, I do not, like, it's just a personal decision that I've made that I just want to be more conscious. And I'm also trying to sort of like, also trying to like remind myself that, you know, I am more than just how I look, which is also a big reason why I went with like a PNG tuber, because I get to express, thanks, Monster. I get to express my creativity and I get to sort of cosplay in this, in a medium that doesn't have like a big physical footprint, essentially, which is also kind of why I've really been enjoying like photography. It's also just another way to express my creativity outside of like a physical being, a physical, or, and I don't know, I think my belief is that the earth can only take so much consumerism. And we're seeing the effects now where there is, I don't want to, you know, I want this to be a place of like, you feel good and stuff, but also, I also want to acknowledge that the reality of the world is that just to take a think about, you know, how you spend your money. So firstly, you know, is it, how is the impact on the environment? And for me, like just seeing so much waste being, ending up in, especially like developing countries, just because they end up just to the floor of globalization. Oh, thanks, Milestone. Yes, I will hydrate. Yeah. Mm. But yeah, um, as a result of that, I don't want to lecture anyone, but I wanted to present an alternative point of view in case you haven't considered it in your own life. You know, just think about, do we need all these different like fad clothes and things like that? Probably not. But yeah. Okay. I need to cut up onions. Yeah. There's so many ingredients in this. So we need onions, we need garlic. I'm just gonna lay them all out. Oh no, there's some garlic that is growing. I must I'm gonna take out the thing and just use it. Oh, celery. We have a lot of pie to make. I did thaw the pastry overnight, so that's ready. How much celery do we need? Half a cup. I need to wash this as well. Like, is this half a cup? Is this half a cup? What is the... Hang on. That's probably more than half a cup. This is a half cup. It's fine. More celery is more fiber. I'll just use it. And then I have all the celery I need to eat now. That there. Okay. But yes, I'm actually very happy with my haircut. Sometimes, I don't know if you guys experience the same thing, but sometimes I get really nervous about haircuts because I get used to my style or my hair in a particular way. And then after you get the cut and it's not how you envision it or how you picture it, and then I kind of get like a bit of a grieving, like a bit sad. Oh, that's why you paid someone $200 to make 2D fashion for me. Yeah, exactly. So it's like about, so you're sustainable and also you're giving someone direct business. How is the model? I know you were having some like troubles with the tracking and a few of the technical things. Have you kind of like figured it out? I'm gonna cut some onion. Are you getting more used to it? How much onion do I need? One large onion. I don't think this is a large onion. I think I'm going to put them into these bowls. I'm a bit scattered today, chat, but that's okay. I'm just going to roll with it. Oh, I'm going to add a second onion because they said one large onion and I only have small onions. Say yes, please. Yes, please to what? Okay, I'm going to do that. I'll cut this off. Still having some issues. You think it's lighting in your room. Gotta get yourself a desk lamp and that should help. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a shame. That's okay. It's all part of the process, so don't feel too bummed. I am still very, very scuffed. I'm still very scuffed streamer. So just, you know, don't feel bad. Now you mentioned something, it's raining. Oh, is it raining where you are, Milestone? Chop this. Hopefully the rain is soothing. I actually, so when I'm properly geared up, I actually love walking in the rain. When I have my waterproof gumboots and my umbrella and my raincoat and stuff. I used to, so when I worked in an office where my office was, I used to have to train for half an hour and then walk for half an hour to be able to get to my office near the city where I worked. And it was one of the most nicest walks because I would walk through this park, this dog park, and every morning these dogs would just be having like the time of their lives. They were so, so cute. I mean, there was one time. Yeah, you're not stressed over it. Sometimes my model is angry or sad and I just play into it. Hey, it's good. You're getting to like act and stuff. As long as you're having fun. And I think most of the time, I think people on Twitch in chat are like pretty kind. So hopefully no one's giving you any, I don't think anyone would, but hopefully no one is giving you a hard time or anything like that. But yeah, I really enjoy walking in the rain. There was one time where I thought I had zipped my backpack up with my laptop and it kind of fell open as I was walking, and this was like torrential rain. This was just so much of a downpour that I didn't realize, but it had flooded, the rain had flooded into my backpack. And by the time I got to work, because I was having a hard time, I didn't expect the rain to be so bad that my shoes my shoes absolutely got wet. There was like massive puddles, things like that. When I got to work, I found out that my backpack had been flooded. Everyone's being great. Oh, good. And that's how I drowned my work laptop. Couldn't get much work done at all that day. And I had to go to the shops to buy new shoes because my shoes were just ruined after that. But it's okay. It was a funny memory afterwards, thinking about it. At the time I was, I don't know, I didn't think I was that stressed. I was just like, yeah, it's not my laptop, it's the work laptop. So if they want me to keep working, they'll just have to get me a new laptop. And no, they didn't take it out of my wages or anything like that, luckily. It was honest to goodness mistake, an accident. Okay. All right, chopping up the onion. This might be too much onion, but I don't care. I have learnt after pâté so that onions, when you sweat them down and stuff, they just taste so sweet. They taste so good. So, oh, these onions are juicy. Actually, these onions are making my eyes water. I just had to rinse off some onion juice. Oof. And then we're just going to chop them. Oh, Kat, how are your tattoos healing? Are they still healing okay? So curious. I need to, I think this year's the year. I need to just like decide on a design and then like, or design on a tattoo concept and book in with a tattoo artist and go for it. Get my first tattoo. I don't think I want like heaps. I think I just want one. Okay, I have a whole bowl of onions ready to go. And then I need to also grind some cloves. I need some garlic, celery, chop up. Oh, let me see how the potatoes have just been boiling away on the side. I'm just gonna poke them with some metal chopsticks and see how they go. Nah, it's still hard. Okay, good. Continue boiling away, please. That's done. Garlic. Whoops. I'm a little bit scattered today, chat. My brain is kind of like, woo. I've got the potatoes boiling. I put in salt. I have onion. I'm going to do diced celery. I'm going to crush the garlic cloves. Now, this garlic is growing. I don't think, so with this garlic, I'm not really going to bother to mince it. I think I will just use the garlic press to crush it because it's just going to flavor the mince. But what I might do, so it only said 4 cloves of garlic, but I want to use up this whole head of garlic because it's kind of a bit funky in terms of like the quality is not as good because it started growing, so the garlic intensity is not as intense. So I'm going to use the press and use it all. I'm so excited for more cozy time. Mushing all of this. I'm smashing it so that I can easily peel the garlic. Oh, you're going back to your haircut. I've had the same hairdresser for like the last 15 years, and now you're scared to have anyone else touch my hair. It's true. I know that feeling. And even with my hairdresser, even if she has an off day, she overall consistently has a good day. And especially if you have like, you know, little quirks about your hair. So like the quirks about my hair is that I have very, very thick hair. I have a lot of hair and I have slightly curly hair. So when you have quirks about your hair and people just cut it without taking into consideration certain aspects of your hair, sometimes it just looks really bad. Like sometimes it ends up being really, really flat, or I completely get it. I completely get it. Do you at least not at least, but do you like go through different hairstyles, or you know, are you pretty much set on the like same haircut? Well, I kind of disintegrated this tiny clove of garlic. Whoops, it's fine. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to manually message. I created a sub chat in Discord. Um, I don't know if you guys see it. I've done it so that only people who subscribe to the group, the Twitch notifications group in Discord can see it. Because some people said they did not see Twitch notifications when I went live. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll create a Twitch, a Discord group so that I can, ideally, it would have been an automatic thing that connected. I had like a bot set up and it's not working and I need to sit down and troubleshoot why, whether like permissions haven't been set properly or something like that. But at the moment, I'm just manually pinging the group to let people know. You've had it all done. Oh, you've had it all done over the years, but you've settled into a good cut now, and you feel only she knows how I want it. That must be nice though. And you're just kind of like, okay, you can never retire now. You just like to. You have to. You just have to keep. You just have to keep working forever now. Washing this. Oh my god. All right. I think today, Chad, I'm probably not going to be as good as I normally am at filling the silences. You have to drive 50 minutes to see her, which isn't too bad, but still a long drive. That is quite a trip. Is there like stuff is there other stuff that you also do, like where she is? Like, you know, is there a nice cafe that you drop into? Sometimes I do that. Sometimes if I have to do like a really long drive somewhere, I'll try and like find other things to kind of like, not that I'm not gonna like going to your hairdresser is not worthwhile, but sometimes it just makes it more bearable, if you know what I mean. Chat, I feel like today, I feel like I'm more than happy to just like quietly cook. Yeah, you usually make a day of it. You always go with your mum, so we used to have a mother and son day. That's so cute. I love hearing about your relationship with your mum. Um, my mum leads a very, I love my mum. Um, she's very, very cute, but she has a very, very busy social life. So, but she also doesn't understand the concept of booking in advance. So she'll like tell me 2 hours before. She'll be like, "Are you free? Can I come over and blah 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 blah?" And I was like I would make time for you if you just gave me like more than 5 hours notice, you know? So and then I'm like, well, how about tomorrow? She's like, no, I can't tomorrow. I'm going to like go look at the trees with my friend or something because it's autumn. Or I'm going to we're going to go check out this like museum or something. She's very social at the moment, which is great. I love that for her. At the same time, it makes it really, really hard to catch up. But she did say, she was like, no, after you're done with all your health stuff, we're gonna like set like a proper time. So hopefully I will also have mother-daughter stories to share with you, Val, as you share your mother-son stories. Oh, how was your puzzles going with your mum? How was it progressing? Okay, I'm gonna cut some of these fibers off the garlic off. I really love making puzzles. I love doing puzzles, and I've also been thrifting them. Generally, people who have puzzles take pretty good care of them, I find, in the thrift stores. So I haven't actually had any puzzles that have been lost pieces or anything. And sometimes you just kind of get like one of my favorite puzzles is this like wacky circus one, and the art style kind of looks like Where's Wally, where you got to find all the little things, and it's just so fun. All done. She got it all framed and put up in the main man cave. Does she do that with all her puzzles, or just like some of them? I put together like, what was it? I think it was like a 3,000 piece Star Wars one, and I framed it because it was like, it took so long to do. But then I realized I don't actually have enough wall space to hang up the Star Wars one. So I gave it to my friend, whose husband really, really loves Star Wars. So I'm like, okay, at least it's gone to a good home, to someone that will appreciate it. And I had good memories when I made it. But I think after that I realized, I just like doing puzzles for the fun of it, which is why I started thrifting puzzles and just doing them. And then once I'm done with them, I like take them back up and then I donate them back to the charity shop. Because I was like, yep, that was worth my money. I got like, whatever number of hours of fun out of it. Okay, garlic done, onion done. This one was a race car theme, so it was allowed in the man cave. The rest get put back in the box. Some of the artwork is so pretty. Some of the artworks in some of the puzzles are so nice. Well, at least now your mum can like enjoy, and whenever she sees it, she'll be like, yeah, I put that together. Would you say that doing puzzles is one of her favorite activities? Like, is she a puzzle enthusiast? All right, I'm going to cut this in half. Please. I'm really hoping that after stream, I'm still going to have enough energy to... Oh, you've got 2 frame puzzles in your home. They're comic book themed. Oh, cool! I'm always tempted to buy more puzzles whenever I see some of the artwork. I like that because I don't know. I think like artwork that has meaning to you, or stuff that you display in your home, that has meaning to you, is like really, really fun. Are you a big comic fan? And are we talking like Marvel, DC comics? Is that what we're talking? It's not this. What was I going to say? Oh yes, I'm hoping I have enough energy. I really want to finish this video edit, and then I still have to work on the thumbnail and the description and all that jazz. But I just want to. I'm so happy that we finished the color correcting the other night. I'll do another. I think I have dishes that I haven't unpacked. Yes, I have dishes that I have not unpacked. Funny enough, she doesn't like puzzles. It was her husband that bought the puzzle. You're just a stereotypical nerd. Nah, didn't you hear? Nerds are cool now. Thank goodness. Because I'm a nerd. But well, you know what? We like, I don't know. I just feel like nerds are just like into their own niche stuff. And like, you know, the stereotype of a nerd being into comics and stuff was just like popular culture representation of a particular type of nerdy person. But now it's cool. Now it's cool, Valk, as like the millennial generation, like, and you know, the millennial generation getting into like film and media and making things like D&D in Stranger Things cool, you know, making Marvel DC cool with like the Disney acquisition of it and the franchising of it, making Star Wars cool. Like all these things are getting cool now. Oh, Pokemon. Don't forget Pokemon. And games. Games are getting cool. What kind of nerd am I? Okay, well, historically, I'm a book nerd. So like a high fantasy, things like Terry Goodkind, David Eddings, sci-fi nerd, sci-fi book nerd. But in saying that, there's like also a lot of gaps in my nerdery reading education. Like I haven't read The Lord of the Rings. I haven't read The Wheel of Time. It also depends on like when I encountered certain books at what age I'm at and how many hobbies I had. So as a kid, it's like I didn't really have or access to any other hobbies. So, you know, I just loved reading. That's why like I was super into mythology, like Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, which is why one of my dreams is one day to like travel to Egypt. And I know it's a rough country to travel to, but the Egyptian mythologist, oh, I used to love reading books about archaeologists. There was like Cairo Jim, which is why when the mummy came out, I was like, oh my God, this is the best. This is like everything that I adored in media representation with like cool actors and actresses playing it out as well. So I was very happy about that. Your physio just pulled up. Be right back there. No worries. Have fun at your therapy. Okay. There's more than half a cup of celery, but whatever. Chat. We'll deal with it. I need to also, I didn't buy clove powder, so I think I have to grind up some cloves. Oh, I think the potatoes are now cooked. So I think I can turn it off, dump out the water, let it cool. Oh, no, I need to keep the water for something. Okay, I'll figure it out in a second. But for now, I actually need to what am I doing? Crushing cloves. I need a teaspoon of clove, an eighth of a teaspoon of cloves. So I'm just gonna take out some cloves and hand grind them. I know it just seems very extra, but I didn't want to buy clove powder when I had, and I barely use these cloves, so I'm just gonna do this. And it may not be a fine powder, but crush, crush, crush. I think it'll be fun. Actually, a technique to get things grinded down. So I've done It's probably more than an eighth of a teaspoon. I don't even know how much an eighth of a teaspoon is. Can you even taste an eighth of a teaspoon of cloves? Like, I really question what the heck an eighth of a teaspoon is. I feel like, you know what, I'm just going to add more. But another trick to get traction is to add a little bit of salt. Yeah, I think that will be good. And then I need 2 teaspoons of salt. So maybe what I'll do is I'll add a little bit of salt into here. So what salt does is it adds a little bit of grip to it. And just sort of kind of helps. Sorry, I need a cough again. Am I struggling, chat? Hell yeah, I am. This is the reality. Some days you feel great. Some days you're just like, oh man, I feel like a ton of bricks has hit me. It's all right. Little naps will keep us functioning. Oh wow, it smells really good. I just gave it a whiff. This is kind of what we're like working with. I'm just gonna like grind it some more. It's not gonna be a fine powder. But I think it'll be good enough. Grindy, grindy, grindy. Okay. All right, I think that's good enough. So, I think we now need to take out. So I need to make the spice blend, prepare everything in a bowl in all the right ratios. Then I will mash the potatoes. Then we will cook everything. Butter, onion, salt, and then celery, garlic, spice with the onions until everything is coated. And then pork, beef, potato water. Then you stir in the mashed potatoes. That seems straightforward enough. So I'll get another bowl to do the spice mix. Okay, let me see if I can get this right. 2 teaspoons of crushed salt. So I added some salt already. I'm going to go light on the salt, chat, because last time I made something and it was like too salty. Oh, it was the stew. It was too salty. So I'm going to go a little bit, like 1 teaspoon of salt. And then later on, I can always adjust for more if we need to. A teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper. More. Hand grinding. More. Yeah, kind of like, I like pepper anyway, so I'm happy to go a little bit extra with the pepper. For this, you know what, I will actually take up my teaspoon measure. Half of a teaspoon and I've a half, a quarter, A teaspoon of thyme. Is that just so cute? Like, can I just have a teaspoon of thyme, please? I know I'm talking about the herb, but it just sounds like as if you could measure something. All right, we have a teaspoon of thyme, and we need a teaspoon of sage. Going to, these are new ones, which I bought specifically for this. Ooh. Okay, teaspoon of sage. I'm going down the list. Oh, it was only half a teaspoon. It's fine. Half a teaspoon of cinnamon. So I'm going to use this cinnamon. Ground cinnamon. And a quarter of a teaspoon of mustard. Okay. And you have cinnamon. So I think of spices as like cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger as like kind of like the sweet spices. And so it's interesting that this recipe incorporates those as well as your more savory ones like thyme and sage. Ginger, half a teaspoon. Okay. Now, freshly grated nutmeg. I don't think so. You get nutmeg. Allspice. This one. Hello, Leo. Hello. How are you today? A quarter of a teaspoon of allspice. No Twitch. I only remembered the Discord notification like an hour in or something like that. Sorry. I still haven't figured out, I haven't actually, to be fair, I haven't actually set aside time to debug why the automatic notifications aren't working. I'll figure it out one day. What did I do? I just did allspice. Then I need to do mustard. I need a clip. But how are you, Leo? How are you today? What am I doing with the mustard? A quarter, okay. Okay. Still a bit drowsy. That's okay. Take your time. An eighth of an, okay. Oh, this is more than an eighth, but whatever. I already used the mortar and pestle to grind up the cloves, so I'll just use it all. You're still starting your day. Take it easy. Don't worry, we are slow here as well on this stream today. We. See how I use we? See how inclusive I am? No, me. A pinch of paprika, because I don't have cayenne, and that will do. Oh my goodness. So in this we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 herbs and spices. Would you count salt as a spice? Probably not. Thyme, sage. It's like the full contingent of spices here. All the spices represent cinnamon, ginger, mustard. It's away. Okay. And then just keep the salt and pepper. And then I will wash out this later. Put this aside. So we have our spices. We have our celery. Garlic, onion, good. And then, oh, I need to rinse this. Get rid of this. I'll get rid of the garlic and the onion offshoots. Coffee. Okay. So I need to clear this because now, oh, I need to mash the potatoes in their own little bowl. You know what I'll do? I'm going to mash potatoes in the pot, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to rinse out. So apparently I have to retain the potato water. That's the potato water. And then I'm going to use a jar. Once again, the jar technique to mash the potatoes in the pot. I don't need a potato masher. This may horrify some people. Look away if you are easily horrified by heathen. But this is how I've seen other people in different cultures like mash stuff. Just with a rock. And is not a jar, just a rock. And this jar fits quite nicely in my hand. Ow, it's really hot. I need a spatula. Hold on. Okay. Have fun here. Man, I had a lot of fun learning about Canada, but the thing is, I could not retain a lot of stuff because they just kept getting, there was so many different colonies in Canada, both Spanish and French, and also there was just so much movement of the different boundaries. There was also, so I think in Canada today there is French, British, but we even like there's different types of British. There was the Irish and there was the Scottish also tried to set up settlements or colonies in as well. Yeah, I just felt like, and then Canada itself also had so originally it was like a lot of fishing people. There was a lot of cod in the oceans. So they used to be just sort of like private little settlements where people just fished and then brought up on shore and stuff. And then people came in and was like, oh, this is now a colony, so we're just going to tax the people that were here before. And it's like, what? But we've been like fishing here for like however long. And this is not Indigenous people. This is just like other Europeans. I think other British people. All right, I'm going to put this aside because I'm going to set up the cooker. All right, I'm going to put the potato aside. Put the potato water aside. Clean up this space. Now, I suspect because it's going to be a lot of mince, I need my deep fry pan. Normally, I like to use my skillet, but I don't think it can contain the sheer amount of volume and quantity required for, let me get this wiped down, for this pie filling. Oh, and I should also preheat the oven. And it will also warm the house because it's a little bit cold today. We have the cooker. I need a gas can. I think I need a fresh one. Hold on a moment. I think this one feels good. Lock and load it. Yeah. In, loaded. Okay. So I think the order is going to be this. These will be kind of together. This can go here. We need this. Now, does this use oil or just butter? What's the fats in this? Okay, done. Melt butter in a skillet over medium heat. Add chopped onion and a pinch of salt. Salt is here. Until golden brown. So I think I want to sweat the onions, which sounds really gross, but do you know what? I can't be bothered doing butter. Oh, no, I should do butter because butter does add its own flavor profile. Here's my lump of butter. I'll just like... I'll just carve out a chunk. So for this amount of onions, I would say I want more butter for the onion. And then I can always just add a bit of oil as I add more of the ingredients later. Oh, and wooden spoon. My favorite wooden spoon. Do. Okay, this is good. All right, dump in the onion. Make sure that it gets a good amount of butter exposed to it. Now, what I might do with the garlic is that I might not use all of it in the first one because I find that garlic tends to disintegrate. And I still want like a punchy garlic flavor later. So what I might do is I might use some of it now. Milestone, welcome back. Are you still working, Milestone? Or are you as in, are you doing overtime? Actually, I don't know what time of the day it is for you. You're fine? Okay, good. Good. Ashley, I think you said when I do evening streams, it's breakfast for you. Okay, I'm sweating my onions. I think everyone is chill and lurking today, which is great. I'm totally here to support that. What time is it over there? It's currently 12:25 p.m. So midday. I tend to stream during waking hours. Is there actually a chat command that shows time? Because I don't think I've seen it. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe I need to find it in Stream Elements. Because I think that'd be cool. 2 hours apart because it's 9:25 for you. Oh, it's morning time. Is that right? It's breakfast for you? I'm assuming it's 9:25 a.m. is what you're saying. Okay. I think we are sweating the onions pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. And then up here. No, I think that's more than 2 hours. It's midday for me. 12:35. So 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So it's like 9 hours different. 9, yeah, 12:35 p.m. Yeah. I'm cooking midday. Yeah, I'm cooking against a real window with real light. This is all natural light. I'm going to do half the garlic, I think. And all the struggles that come with juggling real light. Oh, and then I add the spice blend that we made. Oh my gosh. Yama! Hello! How are you, Yama? Did you just get up? Have you started your day, Yama? I'm here. What do you mean, milestone? I am. It is currently 12:35 in the afternoon for me, and you said it's 9 something p.m. for you, which is evening. So we have a bit of a time difference. A bit, just a little bit. I'm going to add a bit more oil, just because I don't want any of these spices to burn. I'm going to lower the temperature as much as I can without turning it off. And I think we want the celery to kind of soften a bit more. Got up 30 minutes, guys, but feeling a slight sway. Oh, Yama. I'm in the same state. I got up like 20 minutes before stream, and I'm just like, oh, my body, it's not having a fun time of it. All right, just go through your wake up routine. Just do you have okay, so when on the days that I would work from home, I would have like I would change from my pajamas into my track pants. I remember like at the start when I was working remotely, I would still put on like actual pants, but that didn't last long. I think maybe it lasted like a month. And then I was like, nah, how will they know? I'm just gonna wear track pants. Whoa, these spices are strong. I think I can definitely smell the cloves. The cloves are very strong. Okay, I think this is like good. So everything's coated, everything's kind of cooked together. And then I'm going to add pork, beef, and they want the potato water until meat is brown and tender, and most of the water is evaporated. So 3/4 of a cup, which is, hey Google, how many mils is 3/4 of a cup in US? Oh my God, that doesn't help. How many millimeters is that? No, that doesn't help. Google's not doing math correctly. Should I just treat it like a British cup, like an Australian cup, which is, a cup in Australia is 250 mils. So I'll just measure out. There is a difference between an American cup and a British Australian cup. Can you call me lightning? As in forevermore, or just like as a phrase? Yama, couldn't sleep last night until 4:30 because the weather is so hot and you're having sore throat. Oh no. Oh, that sounds terrible. I can't wait until you get your HDB flat. because I feel like as a name. Oh, okay. So you want to be called Lightning instead of Milestone. Is that the request, Milestone? I mean, Lightning? Yeah, well, I know, right? Yeah. I'm. How far away is the HDB? Like, how long do you still have to wait, Yama? Because you had the okay. All right, Lightning. All right, everyone. Milestone is now Lightning. There's a few of these in our chat, huh? As in, Milestone is Lightning, and we have another person who prefers their IRL name, or I assume is their IRL name. What am I doing? Oh, I'm cooking meats. Yeah, Yama, how much longer do you have on the waiting? I can't wait for you. I'm so invested in your HDB journey. I have mince, which I've turned off the heat so that I can open up this mince. So I've got pork, and then I have beef. So now that we've made the Vietnamese French version of bò nhon, I want to try like the French bò nhon stew. Completion in 3 more months. Still have to go through renovation, so I'm hoping to move in by end of year. Completion, they finished building it. Oh, okay. So they're building a whole new building, and then I assume you still have like interior decoration that you want to do. I actually do follow some Singaporean influencers, I guess. And I've seen some of the renovations. Oh, it's Steam Summer Sale now on. Yes, I need to go check out those horror games that I have on my list for future anniversary streams. Okay. Hopefully, I'll be getting a few pings from the wish list. I wish listed all my horror games. Oh yeah. So your HDB, I assume they do like a basic build, and then you get to choose how you want to do your interior, and then you have to pay for, like, they give you like a basic interior, and then if you want to have a nice interior, you have to get builders in to kind of do the fit out and stuff like that. Are you going to do it for your kitchen? I have opinions. As little that no one should cheap now, but 3 is so expensive. Okay. I'll have a look. I love how fiscally, financially responsible we all are. Oh, I'm gonna add the third quarter of a cup. Yeah. Do you need kitchen tips? Because like I have opinions. If you have a choice, like basic whole house tile plus door, but I opt out of it. I only get kitchen and toilet tiles. Okay. Yes. I really recommend, if you can do the kitchen, getting drawers. And if you, especially getting like soft close drawers, as well as depending on how you feel about your space and things like that. I can't imagine, like, I think normally in Singapore you normally deal with like condos, so they're not huge sort of like living floor plans. So I assume space is a priority, but drawers are really, really good. Let me tell you why in kitchens. As opposed to cabinets where you have to reach all the way to the back, the drawers will bring the back out so you can see everything really, really clearly. And then having a mix of, I opted for, because I don't have room for a separate pantry, I opted for some deeper drawers where I can store some appliances. The house used to be large, but now it's too small. Oh, interesting. Oh, as in like in the past, the HDB flats used to be bigger. And now newer builds have like smaller square footage. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess like, you know, growing, you know, more people need houses, and there's, I guess there's like, it's cheaper for them to build smaller footprints. Yeah. But yes, drawers in the kitchen, game changer, honestly. Also, really good for ergonomics. You don't have to bend down for a longer period of time to dig things out at the back of the cabinet. You can see clearly everything that you have. So I love drawers. For my dishwasher, I personally love my dishwasher. It is a drawer dishwasher as well, and not like a big, all cabinet drawers are all soft closing. Good, good, good. Yeah. It's really important to have enough lighting in the kitchen. So I have specifically downlights, but with a really wide cast. So a cast is like the angle at which the light shines down. And so I probably like have over lit my kitchen, but I don't care. But I have strategic downlights over main working areas. So over the sink, over, you know, cabinets, things like that. I also have, to maximize space, I also have a bench top with cabinets on the top, but I've also built in lighting at the bottom of the cabinets to light up because often where the light hits above cabinets, the area is cast into darkness. So having sort of like LED or mini little down lights underneath the cabinets to light the bench up underneath is really, really, firstly, atmospheric, but also very functional. I really love that. What else? I personally really, really like this, but you may not need it. I like to have clear bench tops. So what I built was I designed like a little pull out cabinet next to my cooker that has trays for all my commonly used condiments. So like soy sauce, fish sauce, oils, that kind of thing. So when I'm standing at the burner, it's not sitting on the bench top. It is sitting within easy hands reach, and I just pull out the drawer. And it's a drawer, and it has like I'm sure you can find them. They're kind of like inlay. The inside cabinets where they're like a narrow, skinny drawer inside a cabinet. And so it's just like made of wire, and then you just put like all your bottles of like sauces on there. The drawer concept, but wondering the cleaning paint, is it hard to clean? Nah, it's not hard to clean at all. I can't really show you what I have, but essentially because the drawer is like so much easier to clean. I don't know. I'll have to do a series of videos. Let me do a series of videos for you so that you can see how the layout is of my kitchen. Should I do a video? Should I just do like a YouTube video of like behind the scenes in the kitchen? Would that be a fun one? As both like a mix of different. Sure. Okay, I'll do that. Oh my goodness. That means I have to clean the kitchen before I video it. But yes. When do you have to decide the design by? Ami's perspective. Yeah. Prepping for cooking stream vlog. Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea, Leo. Yeah, what I have to like do to prep for cooking stream, which is not too bad. But I can show you all my like dying plants. Some plants survive better than other plants. My flower arrangements. I think that's a good idea. That would be fun. I need something to like refresh my editing palette before I dive back into part 2 Nepal. Once I publish part 1 Nepal. Yeah, that sounds good. You're back and dead. How was your physio, Val? And why dead? I don't know if I have enough gas in this can. Did they push you a lot? I'm sure they're doing it for your. I think I'm gonna grab another can of gas. I think I need a stronger flame. We added more core workouts. Hey, it sounds good. Yeah, we actually have engaged in ID firms, so they kind of came up with like the 3D render. Now it's material selection, tiles, wall paint, laminate, waiting for kitchen and toilet, ware shopping. That sounds so good. Oh, you sound like you've progressed a lot. In which case, you don't need my advice. You have professionals to help you. That's so fun. It is fun that you don't have to. It's fun that like all the technical things is done by someone else, and then you just get to enjoy the fun bit. Val, she's incredible, and you're the only one asking for more. That's for later Val to be mad at. No, this is good, Val. You're doing great. You're doing really, really great. It's good that you're pushing yourself. They're just doing interior design, but functionality still needs actual opinion. Ah, okay. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll just do some like really, really, in terms of for your timeline, maybe I'll just do some really, really scuffed, like quick videos on my phone, just so that, and then I'll send them to you, just so that you can get a sense of like some of what works or doesn't work for me. I think the only thing I regret is that my sink is 2 double sinks, so 2 big sinks. I wish that I had gone for 1 big sink. Like I used the space instead of getting 2 separate sinks, I'd gone for 1 big sink. The rationale is that with 1 big sink, you can just have. Originally, my thinking was, oh, you've got 2 different like basins, you can do different things in different basins, but actually, I feel like I'm better off just having put in like a small bucket to do certain things or a small tub to do certain things, whereas having like 1 big sink just meant that I could just dump everything, like big pots, big chopping boards into the 1 big sink. I mean, it still fits, but it's like a tight squeeze. You can't fit big pots. I guess you have more limited space than what I have. In order to maximize, the other thing I also have is I have drawers under my sink as well, not cabinets. And in order to maximize the usage, I have a special under sink drawer configuration. So the front is just like a big cabinet thing, but inside I have like little like, it's like a U-shaped cabinet underneath. And then the idea is that it fits around the sink. Organization video. Yeah. I went a little bit obsessed. Yeah. But it's just where I keep like some of my extra like dishwashing gloves, extra like garbage bags. It's good for like little things, and it's not wasted space essentially. Yeah. I do have a bit of a different. Any issue with sink leakage? No. I have stone bench tops. So what you see, can you think? Nah. I have stone bench tops. So my sink is actually undermounted underneath the stone. And so I don't really get water sort of like leaking through. It's pretty well sealed. Also where the tap sits on top of the sink, that has like sealant around it and stuff as well. Yeah, so I don't really get too much problems with that. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like any other issues I've encountered. I actually went for like a bin design that is in a cabinet. So I know some people don't like that, but because I change my bins regularly, I don't like having because I don't have a lot of floor space, I don't like having bins. Some people have like big bins sitting on the ground. I don't really like that, which is why I designed it so that my bins are smaller, but I change them more regularly, but they fit inside a drawer. Yeah, and they're kind of like a closed kind of unit. And then what else do I have? Yeah, I really love my drawers that I use for my appliances and like things. I'm kind of like, I don't want to show people inside my drawers. It's kind of gross. Well, not gross, but like it's disorganized. It's organized enough for me, but it's not pretty. It's functional. It's clean. It's just like messy. I don't have I keep some of my cans in a drawer as well. And I just kind of chuck everything in there. Okay. Noted. All right. I think we're almost done with this. Oh, the potato! No, I forgot the potato. Because it was off on the side. Urgh. We have to stir the potato into the mince. Sorry, chat. Or if I'm loud. I was just like, oh no. Okay, I got the potato. How does this potato thing work? Do I just literally just stir it in? Stir in mashed potatoes. Oh, no, I put it at the right time. Oh, thank goodness. I put it at the right time. Stir it in, turn off heat, let cool to room temperature. And then we put it in the pie casing. Do you think, Yama, once you get your kitchen, do you think you would cook more in your kitchen? Or do you think cooking is not really a hobby for you? I was like, I wonder if we could do like cook-alongs. That would be fun. I don't know if that's a thing. I mean, I would try to, but my partner's the owner of the kitchen. Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, that's good. Then you just get fed. You're just like, mm-hmm. All right, I'm trying to mix in this potato into here. Whew. I mean, if you're not much of a big cooker, I do recommend trying baking. Baking is quite fun. And you get like delicious sweets out of it. Just don't do it too often. Baked goods are a sometimes food. Okay. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. Most of the water's evaporated. And we still have like little chunks of potato, and I added the garlic in at the last minute, so there should still be like quite a big punch of garlic in this. I think I can taste the filling now. Let's try. And adjust for any salt and stuff, etc. You need to start looking up a list of recipes to try? Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't turn out bad. Mmm. Wow. It's creamy because of the potato. The meat tastes like meat. I probably could use a bit more salt. I probably undersalted it because I was a little bit afraid. So I'll just add in a little bit of extra salt now. The celery is really good. There's a lot of spices, but I feel like there could be more pepper. This is just to my liking. But there's, I can taste the clove. I don't know if I taste the mustard. I think I might go in with some extra spices. Because the reason why, chat, is because I think I might have too much protein for what the recipe calls for. Wow. Let me check the label. I think I have maybe like twice the amount of protein. So these are, oh no, hang on. Hey Google, how many grams is in a pound? No, I think I have about the same amount, but I'm just not getting the same punchy flavors. I'm going to add a bit more mustard. I think this is fine. I'm just flavoring it. They had ginger. I'm going to add some more ginger. I'm keeping within the same realm of flavoring, okay? I'm not, you know, a complete crazy person. Sage. Thyme. More thyme. Am I going off the rails? Yes, I am. But you're not going to dob on me. Actually, I need the allspice. And I'm not going to add any more cloves. I think there's enough cloves. Oh, there's cinnamon. Add more cinnamon. I should probably stop, stir it, and see how it tastes. You're right, chat. You're right. This is a bit chaotic, isn't it? So, interestingly, I'm surprised that no one has noticed yet, but I did tell Milestone that there is a first active chatter redeem, and Milestone, sorry, Lightning, and they didn't redeem it. So I don't know if anyone, and I'm surprised that no one else has like whacked redeem on it. And everyone's lurking. All good. I'm just waiting for when somebody who comes in like 3 hours later is like, oh, there's this redeem here, and then whacks it. Second first chatter. Hey, it's like, you know, it's like with any achievement in a game. In any achievement, if you don't pick up the chest, you know, all you did was walk in and pick up the chest, Yama, which is completely legitimate. I think a bit more salt and like umami. Congratulations, Yama. You are now the first active chatter according to the achievement. You gotta check these things, man. Congrats, Yama, congrats. Actually, I should. You expected someone to redeem it. I know, and I even told Lightning / Milestone that it was there, and then they redeemed something else. So, yeah, you can't force people to do stuff. But I do acknowledge that they were first. So I'll give them, oops. Can I do all the, can I trigger this? Yes, I can do this. And then I can do, it's almost like I need two chat commands. One for the person that actually is first, and one for the person that actually redeems first. I always wondered, I was going to try and like set up like an automated thing for the first chatter to just, when they first chat, it gets a thing. But I don't know how to get that working in Stream Elements. How's this flavor now? Still needs more salt. Wow, I really undersalted. I got too scared after last stream that I did not add enough salt. And because this is going in a pie crust, there's like a one chance to get the flavor right. So I got to make sure that before it goes in, it tastes good. I think there's enough spices. And the pepper's definitely coming through. I'm going to add a bit more like stock flavoring. And then mix that in. It's like just stock powder. And I could also add like chicken stock powder as well for a different kind of salt flavor. Well, I have to say at this point, the potatoes definitely mixed in. All right, how are you now, buddy? Maybe we'll add a bit more chicken stock powder. Oh, no, this is vegetable stock powder. It's just like almost there, but not quite there. And the thing with short crust pastry is that because it's so buttery, you kind of need like a strong flavoring. I'm still trying to keep within the realm of this Western flavor profile, which doesn't use vinegar or anything. Actually, you know what? I reckon like some red wine would have made this taste really good. Like cooking, instead of adding the potato water, adding like red wine or stock flavoring. This is like a very rustic flavor profile. All right, how is it now? It's like, right now, the flavor profile, if you just ate it like this, is good. But I'm trying to project, once you have it with pastry, will it still be strong enough? And I don't know. I don't, I'm just going to add a little bit of fish sauce. Do not judge me. It's literally liquid salt, okay? Liquid salt umami. No one judge me. I don't think anyone even noticed. I think everyone was very, very busy with their work or their responsibilities. So I'm just here chuckling to myself, being like, hey, 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 hey. I'm so sneaky. I'm a fish sauce ninja. Nothing happened, Yama. Don't worry. Nothing happened. Mmm, better. But still not like, oh, there's a bit more pepper. I'm essentially just dialing up all the different flavors so that when we put it into the pie, it's still like aggressive, the flavor. I'm going to have to eat this for the next week because this is going to be a very large pie. More chicken stock powder. And honestly, with this kind of stuff, like you don't have to add all these flavors like I do. Oh, I'm also going to add a little bit of balsamic. Don't question the process. This is now giving me like the same energy as when I'm making lasagna sauce. And so I'm applying the same flavor techniques. But I'm staying away from anything that's too liquidy. I'm not going to add too much flavor. I'm not adding any more stock powder, stock liquid, because we've already reduced it. So in terms of like the moisture content is exactly where we want it to be. Now I'm just trying to add like dry flavorings to like. Okay, it's good. Stopping there. I've hit the optimal flavor point. Okay. I think it's cooled down now. My eyes. What's wrong? RL or on stream? Okay. So now we're going to do the dough. Oh my Lord. Why? What did you see? What happened? All right, I'm going to undo this. I'm going to get my chopping board back. Are you complaining about my cooking? Well, no, complaining. Are you exclaiming about my cooking or exclaiming about did you get something in your eyes? Did you get lemon juice in your eye? I hear that is a very painful experience. Okay. I have pastry that I've thawed. And let me stack all the stuff up and get it out of the way. And then we're going to lay down. I've gone with this tray. It is a springform pan. So normally you just got flashbanged after you opened your phone and your brightness at 4 was very dark. That is a common experience for all of us, lighting. Just close your eyes for a second and let it just reacclimatize. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Have the short crust. Actually, I should just open this all the way up so I have full access. Okay. Here are my pastry sheets. Now, some of them are a little bit dry. Oh, it's still quite firm, actually. I think I'm going to keep it thick. So Actually, what I might do is I might cut it into, what's the height of this? Thirds or halves? I think I want to overhang. So I'm going to cut them into halves. So I think this might take 3 sheets. Oh no, I made a mistake. I should have cut into thirds. Can I cut into quarters? Let me just try one. Yes, I think quarters will work. So I'm going to do it like this. And then I will, hang on, should I lay the base first or should I lay the sides? I'm worried the sides will break the base. Hang on. And also let me fold this and cut this into a quarter. There was one stream where we did a pie and for some reason I was so confident. Where is that confidence gone, chat? How do I do this? I think I'm just going to put the whole sheet down. I just feel like the sides is the way to go. And then lay the base down. And then fold up the base. Because we're dealing with, and then I'll overlap the sides a little bit. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good amount of overlap. So I'm just going to press this into the side. And hopefully, because it's a spring form, it will be, I haven't greased the sides because it's a spring form and it's a, it is a non-stick spring form. It should be easy enough to get out. And I feel like maybe what I should do is like an egg wash to seal everything together, kind of like a glue. Yeah, let's do that. I find that there is commonality between working with polymer clay, working with polymer clay with clay. They all need some kind of like a binding agent, and working with like pastries and stuff. Because with puff pastry, when we did it, we needed the egg wash as well. You just need kind of like a. Oh my goodness, where is my brush? Here it is. I'm just going to use a fork to whisk up that egg. And I probably should have sealed it before I sealed the sides of this tray. But okay. So that's a moot point now. But I pressed it, so hopefully they will merge together and form a consistent one. And then this will be the basis. So yeah. I'm just going to accept the sides are going to be a little bit, oh my gosh, I can't get it into the center. Some of it broke, but the reason why I was very intrigued about this particular pie dish is because it involves like a dry, not wet filling. And so I feel like I have more chance of not leaking. I mean, there still might be some leakage. Okay. Now, I'm going to seal the back of these with some egg wash, like so. And I'm hoping that will keep the sides and the upturned sides. I'm hoping that it will allow it to sort of like stick together. So other pie dishes I've experienced after the making of it on stream is that because I'm using pie sheets, they don't necessarily seal, as in when they overlap. So I'm hoping that this will solve the problem. Ooh, one more. Okay, and we don't need to do a blind bake for this, which is good. There is a tiny, tiny hole here. I have a tiny piece of dough that I'm going to use to patch up the hole. Okay, I feel confident about this, chat. I feel confident that this is going to work out this time, or work out better. Okay, so I used a whole sheet on the bottom because with the bottom one, it's kind of like waterproofing. When you waterproof a bathroom, you have to put down a layer of waterproofing that doesn't have any holes, and it goes up a certain amount along the wall. And so that's what I'm hoping, that this bottom sheet is what it's going to do. So next step, fill bottom crust with meat mixture, smooth out the surface. All right. I think this is cool enough. Let's do this. It's exciting. Meat pie. So much easier than liquid pie. I have a good feeling about this pie, chat. There's a lot of filling. So this pie is of French Canadian origin, so roots in French because of all the French colonies, etc. And it's eaten around like festive times, so like Christmas, New Year time, that kind of thing. I reckon we can fit all of this. Mush it out. I probably didn't do an amazing job of the mash because I still see some lumps of potato, but I think this should be quite forgiving. I feel like this is like, it falls within the category of like rustic home style French cooking. Like things like terrines, like rough terrines, and like just like simple, solid home cooking. I feel like I'm like cosplaying a medieval medieval cook cooking for the end of year festivities. Okay, I'm going to smooth this out. This smoothing techniques reminds me of when you make creams, you have to like finish off the product sort of to give it like a professional finish. And then you do this technique where you hold it at an angle and then you spin the jar of cream after you pack the cream in. Yes, I did manufacturing of creams. Now, I can tell that it's not even. Just going to keep spreading it around until I get a more even height on the pie mixture. Oof. Okay, I think that is good. It was very, very soothing. So we can opt for a straight pie cap on this, or I think I've seen people do like a lattice. What should we do? Maybe we do just do like a full pie sheet. The problem is that I think I underestimated how much pie crust I was going to need for the sweet butter tarts. I'm going to use the muffin tray. So if I use this one sheet, I have 2 sheets left, which will give me, oh, I think that should be enough. I think it'll give me like 8 tarts. Okay, I think we have enough allowance of pie crust to do this. Use a whole sheet up on this. Oh, the camera needs to be adjusted. Yeah. Let me finish this. And this may actually overflow. I might have underestimated. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to seal the very top edge of this. I should have done a third pie for the sides, a third of the strip of pie for the sides, not a quarter, because now I'm going to have a hard time sealing it up. I'm hoping that this won't let out too much liquid. So my concern is that if I bake this as it is, because there's not much of an allowance between the pie filling and the top of the side of the crust, is that it might overflow. But if I bake it on a tray, it should be okay. Okay, so I've done that. I'm going to press this down. I'm going to try and seal it as best as I can, and then I'll trim it after that. Oh, and then we can do like a bit of a fold over. Oh, we might not need to trim it. We might just do like a fold over. This is a big, hefty punch. Okay, and then what I might do is I might just like fold it over and form like a little bit of this. Oh, I have some extra of this. So maybe what I'll do is there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of these low sides. Maybe what I'll do is I'll cut this into 4 bits and then this way. I'm doing, did you hear Canada? Yeah, we're doing Canadian food. We're making a tortilla, French Canadian pie. We might have stuffed up the structural integrity of it, but the flavor should be legit, hopefully. I'm just trying to like engineer and form a seal. Okay, I'm gonna egg wash. Well, the light is like, let me fix the camera. How are you, Sammy? I'm just fixing the lighting. Properties. Do the name of it. I can't really pronounce it. It's like tortilla. I don't really have a French accent. Or I don't really have French. That's better. And then light balance and I think I have to bring down exposure one more. Yeah, let's go a little bit dark. I think it will compensate in a sec. Okay, I'm going to seal this and then fold it over like so. Oh yes, I think that works quite well actually. And then it uses up these little pieces of pie. I'm going to do the same for this. I'm going to ease it out from the side and then insert this bridging piece of pie. Actually, I'm going to do the same. It's pretty good poutine. It's pretty good too. Butter tarts poutine I never really liked. I'm just curious about it. Apparently, it is described as being similar to pecan tarts. And so I thought I might try adding some walnuts to the butter tarts. So we'll do that. We'll do the butter tarts after this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll put these in and then I'll egg wash all these sections. Bridging piece of pastry going in. Tastes the exact same. Excellent. That's what I want. I love pecan tart. Okay. Here. I'm glad that it's all dishes that you know. I'm glad the internet hasn't lied to me when I Googled Canadian food. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to seal everything in. Wrap it in, and then we'll do an egg wash. Okay, good, good, good. And then what I might do is I might use a fork to give it a bit of a crimped look. Look how neat it looks. So tiny. Okay, I'm going to use a fork to do the texture. Ah, I have just rinse that off. I'm going to do a bit of a, it's probably unnecessary, but guys, this is like a hefty pie, like heavy. You had some dairy sauce, but it was pretty good stuff. Oh, deer meat. Yeah, veal is quite common, isn't it? Is it veal? Is veal the name for deer meat? Okay, that looks good. I'm going to do a cut. What do people do on the top? Like a V shape? Oh, people cut out like a star and a hole and stuff. Nah, man, we're not fancy like that. I mean, we can try. I think I already stuffed it. I'm just going to do an X. And then we'll just like slightly lift it. And then hope that it looks okay. And then I'm going to brush everything with egg to give it a nice golden color. Okay, I think that looks good. You're here! Yeah, we're laughing at the... We tried to do a thing. Penguin! Hello, hello! We have a pie. Chat, we have a pie. Oh, it's hefty. Oh, there's a lot of light on it, so it's a bit overexposed. Yeah. Can you see it there? Nope, that's not a good spot. Anyway, we have a pie. It's really, really heavy. It is a meat pie, a French Canadian meat pie. It looks pretty good. Okay, let me check. How long do I have to bake this for? About an hour. I need to bake it 190 degrees Celsius. And then we're going to make a lot of little pies. It's a big pie. It is. Hey, I should weigh it. Well, with the pie tin, it should give me an accurate. I should weigh how heavy this pie is. It's like solid. I don't know how much the pie tin weighs, but oh my gosh, it's so much bigger than my scales. I don't even know if I can weigh it. Yeah. Oh, I know what I can do. It went into ounces for some reason. I can put a bowl like this to raise the height so I can see it. Tear it with that bowl, then put the pie on top. It's too heavy that the scales can't even comprehend. It just goes into error mode. Okay, I think it has to be like, these are kitchen scales, so I think these probably have to be like, I guess I could step on the scales, figure out my baseline, then figure out the difference. You know what? It's fine. I think we are happy to accept that this is a hefty pie. Okay, I think the oven is ready. I'm going to put it in and then we'll set a timer. Prepare yourselves for the timer. Actually, what I might do is I might, just to make my life a little bit easier, I will use this tray to transfer the pie into the oven like that. Okay. All right, chat. It's going in. All right, pie, don't let me down. And we're sitting at 2:30, but it should come down. Hey, Google, set a timer for 1 hour. All right, that is going. Oh, longest word PDF. I think I am occupied with the pie. Maybe I'll have a look at it later. Because the next thing we're going to do is we're going to make butter tarts, chat. A little sweet treat for us. And instead of sugar, corn syrup, I'm going to try using maple syrup. So I'm not going to make the pastry. I'm just going to make the filling. It is apparently very, very simple. So we're going to use this. I'm going to use the pastry sheets. It's a muffin tin. I'm aware it's a muffin tin. The outside's always so dry of a butter tart. Really? I'm going to cut this into quarters and use this pastry sheet. I mean, I think that is the case with pastry, right? Would you say that the outside of a tortilla tortilla pie is also dry because that's the same pastry. Are you not a fan of just like tarts in general? Maybe what you prefer is like cream tarts or strawberry tarts. Okay, we're going to do this and hope that it fits. Yes. And then we're going to, so essentially it's becoming like a little cup. It's like it's the filling crust ratio is screwed up so much. Okay. I feel like maybe if you went to different bakeries, maybe they would do them in different ways. Okay. And I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to keep shoving pastry into these muffin tins. And then hope that they work out somehow. Okay. I'm not going to try and press it too hard because I don't want to actually accidentally tear the pastry. Okay. And then I'll make the filling, and then we'll put, and I actually might put this pie into the fridge, these cases into the fridge just to like chill down a little bit before while we make the filling. The problem is that my nails are also kind of digging holes into the pie, which is not great because they might accidentally like puncture a hole. Let's do this. At least I'm limited to 6 of these tarts. I can't make too many because my tin is only 6. No, actually, I have ramekins. So, actually, what I will do is I will use up all the pastry because this will give me another 4. And I will have 8 little tarts. These are probably bigger than what the recipe has. I think they're usually smaller. How am I feeling, Kat? I'm probably still feeling tired, but I'm feeling more energized than I was. Like, how many hours are we in now? 2.5 hours. So probably like more energy than I was like an hour ago. My voice has kind of cleared up a little bit, which is nice. Which hopefully I'm not coming down with anything. Unlike poor Yama, who is stuck in heat. I'm feeling okay. And like this recipe is like, these recipes are not too complicated apart from standing. Okay, just checking. Thank you, Kat. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for worrying about me. You're so kind. How are you going, Kat? Are you still, I think you had, you guys found each other in chat. I think you had a few days off, which means that you're back at work now. Is your energy level still okay? Are you winding down? Penguin. And Penguin, how are you? Oh, you just woke up, you fell asleep. Oh, yes, you did go silent for a bit. I figured you fell asleep. Oh, yeah, Penguin, how was work today? I figured you weren't in early because you were busy at work. Mush down. Oh, I can actually, now that it's really soft, I can like manipulate this short crust. bit more. Oh, poor cat. You must be really tired. You work so hard. Okay. You went in today to cover someone, so only one day off. Oh no! I hope you got some good tips and stuff. That's so nice of you to come in on your day off to work. I mean, I'm sure they paid you, but I hope you also got some good tips. Okay, I'll put in another one. This one here. I'm good. You're Penguin, you're okay. I just want to speed through work today. It wasn't very busy. Okay, I just finished watching the Capcom showcase thing for Wilds. We're getting 2 more monsters in the next update. Man. Oh, I think. Okay, I was just thinking about how I'm going to reorganize my stream schedule to accommodate all this stuff. I think Fran Bao will finish up possibly in one more stream, which means that once Fran Bao finishes up, I can then slot in maybe like Monster Hunter Mondays just to do the update, finish that update. Because I think Yakuza, look, it's time to face reality. Yakuza Pirates is going to take us a long time. And especially with like all the distractions that Pirate Yakuza gives you. Because now I have like the ring that shows me all the tickets. We'll never finish the Minecraft castle. I know. And I'm okay with that because as in I will eventually finish the Minecraft castle, but I'm okay with not having like not rushing to finish it. Because, you know, for example, like playing Monster Hunter with like the community or playing Minecraft with the community. I'm potentially thinking of like setting up how, you know, people who want to play Minecraft, we can play together in like one of these new mod packs that Yama suggested. Like sometimes it's okay. Like this is where I want to be flexible and be like, yeah, it's okay for me to rearrange things because like, you know, sometimes the timing of when take advantage of these opportunities of timing where other people have time to do stuff together, you know? And so I don't want, like, for me, my Minecraft world, like, I'm going to come back to it. It's not going anywhere. But time spent with other people is harder to come by. And so I would rather prioritize that, which means that, hey, maybe my castle never gets built for another year or 2 years. And that's okay. Like, I'm okay with that. Adult friendships. Yeah. It's about what you want to prioritize. And it's totally fine if people like, I just want to play stuff on my own. And I'm like, that's cool too. Like, it's totally, life is how you want it. But I want my life to be filled with like people, experiences with people. You know, time is a resource that will just continue to tick by. And unless I make conscious choices and not just passively watch time pass by, yeah, unless I make conscious choices to do certain things, I'll miss out on stuff. But it is also a balancing act with like energy and stuff as well. But we can make this work. We can make this work. Jama noted. Cooking philosophy, philosophizing as we do baking. But yeah, and like there there is no wrong or right way to live life, guys. It's just like how you want to do it, and you know, who you want to spend time with. Like if you have friends who aren't very good friends to you, don't maybe then they don't deserve the label of friend. I was watching this other like TikTok drama actually of an influencer. Sometimes I just like seeing what kind of issues people are having, like just from a humanity point of view. But one of the things that I was kind of curious about, and actually I was going to raise it with you guys, was because I have a very clear stance on like objects and things. But essentially, there was this girl who was an influencer. She gets PR packages. Her friend really, really wanted this particular perfume, and she happened to get it before her friend's birthday as a PR. And so she's like, oh, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to set it aside. I'm going to give it to my friend for her birthday. And then apparently it was very expensive. I don't know, it was some kind of like branded perfume. And I think it was like close to like, I don't know, $200 or things like that. And apparently this girl had been telling her friends, I really, really want this perfume. And so this friend who's an influencer was like, okay, like, you know, lucky chance, I happened to get it. I'm going to keep it aside for her. You know, wrapped it up nicely, wrote her a note, wrote her a card, etc. And then gifted it to her. And then during the party, the friend was like, oh, thank you so much for getting this for me. And then she told her, she was like, oh, no worries. Actually, it was a PR package and I saved it for you. And then the friend was like, was upset because apparently she was like, she messaged her afterwards and was like, look, I'm going to have to reconsider the friendship because I don't know if you weren't willing to buy a gift for me, I don't know if this is a friendship I want to have. And so, because she didn't spend actual money on a present. Yeah, that's the reaction I had, guys. Like Yama's hot and Leo's what? It's the thoughts, yeah. So apparently, like this influencer was giving a bit more background, and apparently the party that she went to was a dinner, and the dinner itself, so she's US based, the dinner itself cost $200 because the girl wanted to have dinner at this fancy restaurant. So she gave her a gift. She didn't spend real money on the gift, but like she got it. She didn't use it. It wasn't opened. She saved it for her. She did spend money on going to the dinner, the birthday event, which is already, I think, I think their friendship group is in like the early or mid 20s age range. So I don't know whether that has, like, I suspect that maybe like maybe people have certain priorities and they view gift giving as a love language. And so when someone didn't like put money into it, they don't see the value in it. I have my own opinion, which is when you get older, you value different things more. Like I value the fact that like the time and someone wanted to spend time with me, and people's energy and things like that. I don't value material things. And also like with gifts and things like that, I have let go of expectations. This is me personally. If people get me a gift, I'm very, very grateful because it shows that like they thought about me and whatever the gift is, right? I have preferences when it comes to material gifts. Like I prefer things that are practical, functional, consumable. Like if someone got me a jar of spice, I would be super happy. I would still be happy if they got me like, you know, a handbag or something like that. But in terms of like where I value things, I don't value material things as much as I get older because I reached a point where, you know, I did go through a phase where I did buy like a branded bag and then I realized, oh, I didn't really use it much because it wasn't really functional. I never really grabbed it and I felt like became like, for me, a waste of money. Whereas some people are very into like the looks, like how it makes them feel. Maybe they make it feel like comfortable. This is a jar of spice. Yeah. I legit have presents. I think my friends know me now. A friend literally got me a jar of spice. I think multiple friends got me different jar spices. I have another one. This is fancy spice, guys. This is fancy spice. There's this chain in Victoria called, it's a not Jewish, it's a German chain called, I can't pronounce it, Gewürzhaus. Gewürzhaus. But essentially they have like just all these, oh no, Gewürzhaus. Gewürzhaus. Anyway, this is a smoky black lime chili blend. And I think another friend got me one that was like chilies or something like that. As in, like, you add your own oil and it becomes chili oil. That was really cool. But for me, like, I am trying to sort of like own less stuff, and if I am going to buy stuff, then it has to fulfill a purpose, kind of thing. Anyway, that's just the difference. I think, like, different phases of life, different priorities, different love languages, is in terms of like how people perceive what is love to them. Love languages is interesting. If you haven't already come across that concept, some people, and some of the categories are like gifts, acts of service, touch, etc. And so one person, you know, in order to feel more loved, might feel like they want to hug their partner more or kiss their partner more. Some people might feel like, oh, I see that when my partner does something for me, like that I didn't ask for, so kind of like, you know, but I needed to be done. So for example, take out the bins or vacuum the house, kind of thing. I mean, that's sort of kind of like part of daily living, so I don't really want to bring that in. What's an acts of service? Oh, they built you a, no, that's a gift as well. What's a good example of an acts of service that isn't just like a chore of like living together? Because I feel like when people sort of like glamorize, oh, this person took out the bin, I'm like, dude, that's just the split in daily chores. That shouldn't be glamorized as like, oh, it's a love language. No, that's just like, people should be held to a high standard, honestly. Wow, all the energy came back into my voice. Clearly, I have opinions about this. But yeah, so there was this drama happening. Yama, yes. Yeah, things like, oh no, the camera's really dark. Let me fix that. But yes, things like doing chores should just be like as part of existing, part of living as an adult and sharing a house with somebody. Where's my Logitech properties? Yes, the camera is getting a little dark. Yeah. Hard to manage the light. Chores good. Oh no, Jen. What do you mean you're taking notes? You should already know this. Nah, it's okay. It's okay if you don't know. Hopefully, the stuff I tell you will be useful for you and applicable in your own life. Yes. Yeah, I don't believe the burden should be on one person. Like, I think it's just two people coexisting together in a partnership. And in a partnership, you know, the overall effort is like shared. Okay, hang on. Before I keep going with the drama, with the influencer drama and what everyone else thinks, I'm curious to hear what people think. I've told you what I think, which is, in TLDR, that's bullshit. People should just be grateful for, well, according to my own philosophy, people should just be grateful for whatever people give them because someone put thought into it. And it wasn't like she didn't spend money. Like, $200 for a dinner is like, I could not have gone out and eaten, you know. I could have just eaten at home and saved money. But, you know, this other person wanted to go eat out, and then you spend $200 and you spent your time, not just like money, but like time to go out, time to get dressed. Like, all this adds up as overall effort, okay? So I think that person was a bit unreasonable. That's my opinion. You let me know if you think otherwise. I'm happy to hear other thoughts on the topic. Okay, while I gather these recipes. So we're gonna need an egg. Really? Just one egg? I feel like I have too many casings. How many does this make? This recipe is not very specific, but it had like the most reviews, which is why, like, that's why I picked this one. Anyway, we need salt, apparently. Salt. Imagine the food isn't worth up to the 200. Yeah. And like, imagine afterwards you leave and then you get the message from this, like, the audacity of this person to be like, I don't know if I want to be friends with you anymore. And you're like, whoa, I just went to like a crap dinner and then paid $200 for the privilege of it. Vanilla extract. I would be pretty annoyed. And honestly, if that friend said that, I would just be like, you know what? I respect you reconsidering our friendship. I too will reconsider the friendship and whether I want to proceed with this friendship. Because I'll be like, whoa, if you were to send me that, I don't know if I need you in my life. Guys, another thing as you get older, this is what I believe. It's about quality, not quantity of people, of the interactions that you have. Okay? You need interactions that don't take away energy from you, that give you energy, that give you new experiences in life, or give you something of like that enriches the human experience. Okay? Don't fall into the trap of sustaining certain things because they've always been that way if they just steal energy for you. I mean, there are certain relationships that you have to cultivate. For example, like work relationships. Maybe you have like a particular relationship with your manager that you have to cultivate because at the end of the day, they're responsible for your promotion or whatever. But once again, there's a value in there for you. And I know it sounds hard and calculated, but the thing is, you can't, like, life is about, like, you can't keep doing things out of obligation because it takes away from you. You know, it just like it takes the energy from you and it's not sustainable. Where are my walnuts? I need to add walnuts. Oh, there they are. Okay. Anyway. I'm sharing all my life lessons. But yeah, just, yeah, be aware of that. And sometimes it is even like familial relationships that don't serve you. But that is a whole, like, at that point, get some therapy. You're noting. Yes, yes. Thank you, Yama. I feel like people might be too polite to argue against me, but you know, I'll take the silence as people agreeing with me. That's what I'm going to take. And if you think otherwise, I'm happy to hear it. Okay, the filling. Chill in the fridge or freezer while you prepare the filling. Cold. Oh, I should have chilled my pie. Apparently, cold pastry before heading in the oven will always be flakier. Interesting. Okay, well, maybe I should put it in the freezer. Let me make a quick switcheroo. If that's the case, I will freeze the heck out of this pastry. Agreed? You agree about the whole friendship stuff, Leo? Okay. Let's do this. And then I can like kind of like tip the stuff in. Mix well. Oh, I literally just mix all the ingredients, okay, to make the filling. Well, we'll see. Okay, I think I will whisk it using my favorite sauce whisk, even if it's not the most appropriate whisk. Half a cup of lightly packed brown sugar. Okay. Ah, the half cup is here. And then half a cup of corn syrup, a quarter of a cup of butter that's been melted. That's so annoying. Hey Google, how much is a quarter cup of butter in grams? 57? Yeah, let's go with that. I need. Do I have a butter knife? Did I put away the butter knife? Okay, let me get the butter knife. But yes, as long as all the things I do, as long as I can point to a reason why they give me value, like streaming, it's fun. I get to create, I get to pursue my creative hobbies, I get to share my interests with people, then I'm going to keep doing it. I think the trick is in life doing things with intention. And also just making sure every now and then checking in with yourself and making sure that what you want out of life is still aligned with those intentions. And I think if you have that as a general guiding principle, it's kind of applicable to a lot of, I'm going to microwave this butter, to a lot of situations, whether it be like job situations, relationship situations, family situations, like shopping situations, spending money, investing, also being aware of things like your risk profile as well. And then also just, having introspection also. If you're going to take it back to like basic human, basic like qualities that you should try and cultivate in life, introspection, I think, has benefited me the most. And sometimes introspection is hard because sometimes you have to face some harsh realities about yourself, about, is your mind intentionally avoiding like a very difficult topic because you just don't want to think about it? And then being able to, confront yourself with that and being like, whoa, hang on, like, I can feel like I'm being, intentionally lazy here. Like I should pull my finger out and like actually put in effort. Yeah, sometimes people are scared to admit things to themselves. But yeah, no one's perfect. I'm not perfect. It's all it's all a learning struggle. All right. Brown sugar, half a cup, lightly packed. Got it. Oh, okay. This is super messy, but whatever. I think it's fine. I don't think this is like a perfect mixture. Half a cup of corn syrup. So I'm gonna do, I don't think this is enough. So I'm gonna do an egg. I just want to see if I mix this, like how much are we talking here? No, I can do it in batches, I guess. A teaspoon of vanilla extract. Not even going to measure it. Splash. That was probably way more than a teaspoon, but whatever. I did the butter. Okay, so I need half a cup of corn syrup. But if I do that in this, I can't use this cup. So I have a smaller cup. I have a quarter cup. So I'll do 2 quarter cups, and that will give me a half. Oh, I ran out of maple syrup. Hold on. Whoa, I have golden syrup, which is absolutely different. Oh no, hang on. I gotta do a pantry rummage. Hold on, Chad. Um, okay, nope, that's Kekepmanis. That is not the, that is not a maple syrup bottle. Oh, yes, we have some maple flavored syrup. Is this open? Okay. So that is, whoa, this is so thick. I think I might actually have to make 2 or 3 batches of this filling, which is fun. Okay, and then, so we've got sugar, syrup, butter, egg, vanilla extract, salt. 1/4 of a teaspoon. I don't know how much that is. We did a bit. We did a bit. And I didn't properly melt all the butter. My bad. It's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna do walnuts. I'm just gonna put whole walnuts on the bottom. Because I think without the walnuts, I'm not gonna enjoy it very much because it's gonna be straight syrup. I like a bit of texture. Bag of walnuts, just dump some. So apparently what you do is you just put some on the bottom. Look, if this is a really easy recipe, you should try this. That's nuts. Excellent pun. Very good pun, Penguin. Are you still playing Ark? Pun intended. Are you still playing Ark? Have you had lunch and everything since you've gotten home? I hope so. I assume so. Just kind of like quietly lurking there, coming in with the puns when needed. All right, I'm going to pour this in. Whoop. I feel like this needs some more. Yeah. You are. See, this is the thing. It's like, so when you play games with people, right? When people just had some fruit. Oh, you're not making yourself a meal? Not feeling too hungry today? Well, I'm just like bouncing walnuts everywhere. Okay, this should be good. I think I may need to make another batch of these. Oh, some of the sugar didn't even properly combine. Whoops. Oh, and I spilled some. Okay, let me do another batch. What was it? 50, I think we said 57 grams of butter. Okay, again. But what I'll do is, because I have egg mixture in here, if I microwave that with the butter, I worry that the egg will cook in here. So what I'll do, reminds me of that lady that deep fried a stick of butter. I've actually seen that one. I've seen the lady who has cooked spaghetti by sticking spaghetti into like a ball of like meat and then put the whole thing in the oven. And then I don't know, like it was like meatball spaghetti thing. Don't ask me. I don't know. She was like this British lady. Her cooking wasn't that great. She also deep fried a cheesecake. Oh my goodness. So we do have, I mean, I imagine like deep fried butter. If it was wrapped in dough, so you know, there's this Malaysian bread, coffee bread with like a cookie biscuit on top, where inside the bread is like some butter. That makes sense because then the butter kind of sauces the bread a bit. But deep frying a stick of butter is like, I can't imagine it being a fun experience to eat. Hang on. Hey Google, how much is a quarter cup of butter in grams? 57. Okay. I just wanted to double check. Yeah. I feel like maybe people did it for rage bait. I can't imagine it being good. That's just what I think. Okay, I have more of these ramekin cups. I'm gonna put more walnuts in here. Oh, these ones are deep ones. Hopefully these are okay. Okay, I end up using a lot of walnuts, which is good. I do need to use up these walnuts. I should have a little bit of walnuts here. I should just try and use them all. It's probably too much walnut. Apparently for this recipe, people have also used raisins, but I feel like raisins would be too sweet. I think essentially I'm making pecan tart, which is, I love pecan tart, so sign me up, baby. And still microwaving the butter. I'm going to dump into here. I'm going to get another egg. I think maybe one more portion might be enough to fill this up. I think there's some lumps of like brown sugar that didn't fully, yeah, there's some lumps of brown sugar that didn't fully dissolve in the mixture. I think today is a good match for my energy level because there's so much like oven usage. All right, here's the butter. I put in the egg. I'm going to put in more maple syrup. Yeah. And more salt. And more, oh my God. Oh, too much vanilla. Oh well. I did like a backhand pour, which is not the most controlled pour there is. And I need this back. I need some salt. Okay. And then add the butter. Oh, I need to add the sugar. Half a cup of sugar. And then we need 2 of the quarter cup. Oh. Do you have enough? Yeah, I did buy another bag. Yeah. I need to open up another bag of brown sugar. Yes, all my... Look, I'm not hoarding things and I'm not repeating the mistake that I did with, what's the spice that I have? Like, I have multiple bags of 5 spice. There was something else I had multiple bags of. It just reminds me of this like meme that I saw. Oh no, this reel that I saw where this person kept forgetting they had oyster sauce. And then they would just keep going to the store, buy a bottle of oyster sauce, come home, and then realize they already had a bottle of oyster sauce. And I was like, oh my God, I relate to this reel so much. Oh my God, I can't. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to squeeze out a chunk and then like eyeball it, like, and then plus this is about a half cup. And it should do. Okay, I'm glad I bought some more brown sugar. I knew I was running low, so don't give me any sass, chat. I wasn't hoarding sugar. unlike, well, to be fair, I have done that before. Okay, now add the butter. Okay, this is good, this is good. And then we'll add the maple syrup in a second. I kind of want this butter to dissolve a bit better than it did. Hang on, let me think. Oh yeah, maple syrup. Let me just like give it a good stir. Stir, stir, stir. All right, and then 2 cups of this maple syrup. In honor of Canada, I'm using just straight maple syrup rather than corn syrup. Hopefully it will, you know, impart some maple flavor, is the hope, is the thinking, is the thought. Oh, this is a terrible bottle design. The cap doesn't like fit properly over the top. Anyway. Okay, stir, stir, stir. All right, this is good, this is good. No. This clip. The sun is so nice right now. It's just like coming in through the window. Hopefully you feel the... I hope I can impart some of these cozy kitchen vibes to you. All right. In we go. I think this one's a bit... Oh, I might pop it over there. Okay. And then this one. Oh, I should make sure I fill these ones first before I start distributing to the other ones. This one. Oh, I think I mismeasured some of this. Actually, I kind of need a spatula, but now I'm stuck holding this. Yeah. I get rid of this, hold this with one hand as it drips. Actually, I can do this. I can do this. Reach for the drawer and then grab a spatula. Yes. Okay. Yay, it fit. Okay, some of these I suspect they might bake and then overfill, but I didn't do a good job of splitting out the different volumes. All right, everything's a little bit sticky, so I'm just going to try and stack some of these sticky bowls into the dishwasher right now while I can. Try and contain the mess as much as possible. Okay, this is good. This is good. Look, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I love cooking. I love aesthetic, messy kitchen looks. I think I'm not very much about the so I'm not a minimalist. I think I still am very much a maximalist because I love cute things and stuff like that. I would probably say I'm an intentional maximalist if I was going to put a label to it, since we've been talking about like consumerism and stuff like that. I still very much get caught up in the hype. of certain things. But I do find, you know, those like labubus. I do think they're cute, but I don't. Once again, it's a thing that I'm like, oh, I don't think that like I'm gonna enjoy it, or it's not a thing that I need. So I have not purchased any. I did not get on the hype train with those. Okay, I'm gonna put these in the freezer because I'm hoping that it will stop it from bubbling while we're waiting for, well, okay, what we'll do is we'll do a bit of cleanup. The pie is cooking nicely. We still have another 12 minutes on the pie. We need to reset this because we're going to make poutine. And in order to make poutine, I need to make gravy. In order to make gravy, I need the burner. And so I need this space clear. Yeah. And I currently have everything strewn across the kitchen. So I need to do a bit of reset. Actually, I forgot to unstack one of the dishwashers yesterday before the stream. So fifth time, I might do some chores while on stream. And I can do that because it's themed as part of my cooking stream. Am I right, chat? Am I right? Yeah. I'm right. Okay. Let me do some ASMR kitchen washing. Put on some gloves. Clean all this stuff. The other thing I'm really struggling with at the moment with the layout is the cables. So I have a wire going from the webcam that you currently have, that you're currently watching the kitchen from, and the webcam cables actually drape over the benchtop and over the sink, might I add, which is very annoying. So when I try to wash dishes, I try not to accidentally clip them or anything like that. The other annoying thing is that because my bin is in a drawer and the drawer, the cables run across the drawer. I mean, if I wasn't filming, this layout, perfect, not a problem. Because I'm filming, layout, terrible. Now I'm going to put this here. I'm going to grab it to wash in a second. So yeah, there is a bit of OH&S wrangling going on behind the scenes. And sometimes that's what causes the camera to get knocked over. And also because the way I normally move around my kitchen is like muscle memory. So that's why I sometimes like run into the cable because I'm not used to having the cable there. And you think after so many cooking streams now, I would be used to it? No, not. Do I have a herb garden, if I may ask? It is, so it's not in one patch. So my garden is very messy. I do have a veggie patch, but, and I do have some Vietnamese herbs. And depending on the season, and depending on like if I feel like it, I might grow something. I generally always have like a particular set of Vietnamese herbs, but I don't routinely keep it. I'm in the process of, how do I describe this? I'm in the process of gardening in spurts. So essentially I want to clear out some of the garden beds. And so the house I lived in used to be lived in by an older person, and as they got older, they kind of like, it kind of fell into neglect, and the garden's a little bit like that. And so as a result, because it's kind of being neglected, there's a lot of like weeds and seeds, weed seeds that are just sort of present in the dirt. And I don't know, I don't feel the need to like put out money to like get a landscaper to redo the whole thing. So I'm in the process of redoing the garden beds, but whenever I feel like it. So it's not a very productive, concerted, planned effort. I did put in a little veggie patch where as I said, I grow some Vietnamese herbs. I also grow some silver beet because silver beet is so easy to grow, and it gives you like, in terms of like return on investment of effort invested into a particular vegetable, it's a really good one. So I do grow that one. I grow spring onions, mainly because, you know, when you buy spring onions, you can cut off the ends and stick them into a jar and they will continue to grow. So when they get to a certain size, I then just pop them into pots and then just grow spring onions. They don't grow as strong as if, like, I think if you grew them like from seedling or from a straight seed. But sometimes when you just like need some spring onions and a little bit of a garnish, they're enough. They're generally not enough if I'm doing like a full-on big cook for cooking stream, like when I do like a big pot or something and the ratio of spring onion I need is a lot more. Probably enough for like one portion of stuff. But you know, if you're making like pajong, Korean pancake, where you need like a big bushel of them, probably not enough. But yeah, I don't actively maintain it. I've kind of like, as a result of the land, I've inherited the garden in terms of like, it is this way. And the garden, so I actually really like the garden because, you know how I like functional things, chat? I have lemon trees. Sorry, singular. I have a lemon tree. I have a grapefruit tree. I have multiple orange trees. I have, which I try to harvest and give away to like neighbors and family and stuff. What else do I have? I have grapefruit, which I haven't checked in a while. I have a mulberry tree. So maybe when that's in season, we can do like a mulberry themed like cooking thing. What else do I have? I have something called a feijoa tree, which is an Australian fruit, which I don't really harvest because the possums are native to Australia. So I read somewhere that possums are getting more hungry because not a lot of people are growing fruit trees. So when everyone used to grow their own food and stuff, people would have a lot more fruit trees and things. And so like possums would just nibble on different trees and they would have things to eat. And normally they live in trees and they like run around the neighborhood on like power lines and stuff. But because people started, you can't really call it deforestation, but it's the equivalent of deforestation in suburban areas. And as a result of that, like they'd lived here before us, you know. I have one lemon tree, envious. Do they bear fruit often? So lemons, citrus trees tend to have 2 times a year when they fruit. So with lemon in particular, they fruit in summer and they fruit in winter. So at the moment, let me have a quick look what stage of the fruit is at. Oh yeah, like they're not ready to be harvested yet, but they're getting to like a good size. The oranges are starting to like come in as well. I think the season for grapefruit has passed. Grapefruit I think is once a year. Mulberry, yes, you never see those trees. I never knew about it until I owned a mulberry tree, and they're so great. I love it. I used to have a plum tree, but that one got like a fungus, and then it kind of just ate away at it, and then I had to, like, for sake of reasons, cut it down because some of the wood, like, I couldn't save it essentially. I did purchase a lime tree. I'm hoping that the lime tree will. I don't take very good care of it. Let's be honest. It's still alive. It produces maybe one lime. It's not very big. So I want to cultivate more limes so I can make margarita. Limes are expensive to buy, guys. I'd love to, like, have more limes. Fruit plum tree, yeah, I know. Because if I still had the plum tree, do you know what I would try to make? I would try to make umeshu because it doesn't look that hard. But what I did also find out in my research with plum trees, or the plums, so Japanese call them plums, but they're not like a sweet plum. They're kind of like a sour plum. And because you make umeshu from, like, green plums, there is a particular type of, like, green plum. And because you add sugar and alcohol to the spirit, the sourness balances out really well with the sugar. But the plum tree I had is like a classic, kind of like sweet plum. Anyway, it doesn't exist anymore, so it's a moot point. No point thinking about it. But I would love to eventually one day get my hands on a Japanese plum, or the genus. I think it's almost like an apricot tree. Like, I don't know why they call it, like, plum. I think maybe it's just like translation, lost in translation situation. Yeah, plum wine. Just make jam out of everything. So I have made, I don't know if I still own it. There was one year I made, here it is. I tried to make marmalade, chat. This was, when was it? 2021. So it's actually held for quite a while. I tried to make marmalade, but I was too lazy to get rid of the pith. Okay, so I used the pith. The pith is a bit bitter, but the pith is also what makes marmalade kind of like thicken and congeal and, like, into a thing. Anyway, I was too lazy, so I just cut up a whole bunch. Like, I just cut up the whole orange and used the whole thing to make marmalade, air quotes. What it turned into was paste, which is actually still great. If you envision, if people who eat cheese, so often in Australia, if you have, like, a cheese platter, you'll have a cheese with some paste. So, like, often a common one is quince paste. But you can also get paste made out of a few different things. Figs, I think people make paste into. Anyway, this is essentially like one of those. And so it goes really excellent with cheese. So if you had, like, a cheese board, if you had, like, a cheddar, a brie, it goes so well. Because I also put a lot of spices into here. I think I use cloves and cinnamon and things like that. Oh, that is the 1 hour timer for the pie. Let me have a look. Oh my gosh. Han, I think we can take it out. Watch this chopping board. I think it should still be okay. Let me take this pie and put it on the chopping board. Okay. It is nice and toasty and brown. It looks good. What else to say about this pie? It looks like it's sealed well. Nothing overflowed. I don't see any leakage. I think it is cooked. It is brown. It is firm. I'm tapping it. It's firm. It seems okay. I'm going to undo this Actually, I might let it cool for a bit and then undo the springform side. In the meantime, I'm going to readjust the temperature to bake the butter tarts. So, how long am I baking for? Hey Google, what's 425 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius? Ooh, 218. That's hot. Okay, but it looks like you bake for 12 to 15 minutes. Okay, so that sounds okay. I might use this tray to, yeah, okay, I think it's like a flash bake. Oh, and we want to egg, I think we want to egg the pastry in these cups so they get like a nice golden color. So if I do this, I have to, no, I know. And then I use a different tray for these, like this. And then bake these like this. So then if it overflows, it has a secondary tray to catch any of the sugars or anything like that. So I'm just going to egg any exposed short crust so it gets like a nice golden color. I wonder what do vegetarians use to make pastry golden? Like protein water? Because I think it's the proteins that kind of react with the pastry. Hey Google, what do vegetarians use in place of egg wash? I don't know, but I found these results on search. Vegan butter or plant-based milk. Oh, that's true. Milk also has the fats. Well, like nuts will have fats in them. The dough is raw. Got these emotes from a random gift sub on another channel. Birchie Bear, you just got here. I mean, first. No, so we had another situation where someone else was active chatter, but they didn't redeem the active chatter redeem. You gotta open the chest, guys. You gotta, like, if you are first, you gotta claim that. You know, you don't have to, but I feel like if I hadn't said anything, maybe Birchie Bear would have been the one to find it. No, I feel like Jen would have found it. That it hadn't been redeemed and would have redeemed it. Okay, I am still brushing these exposed pastries. And then I'll put these in the oven for 12 to 15 minutes. I now have a warning, Birchie Bear, that comes up every now and then that says, Google Home uses in use. Okay. I think everything is brushed. All right. I saw that in the scroll back. See, I'm such a responsible streamer. All right, I'm putting these in the oven. How long do I have to bake this for? 12 to 15. All right, let's put it in and then I'll set the timer. On the top, put this at the bottom. Hey Google, set a timer for 12 minutes and then we'll see. You joined straight into one, so no notes, no chance to read. Poor Birchie Bear. That's okay. All right, I'm gonna leave the pie to cool down for as long as possible. In the meantime, we're gonna make the gravy for the poutine. And then also we need to make, I need to tear up the 2 cheeses I bought. So I couldn't find cheese curds in Australia. But I read that with substitute, you can substitute it with halloumi, the national Canadian dish poutine, and mozzarella. So maybe I'll tear up the cheeses first into a container. I went for 2. So apparently when cheese curds, they're more resistant to heat. So when you add gravy to them, they don't melt like cheddar does. Instead, it still keeps kind of like a squeaky texture, which halloumi definitely does. So I just decided I'm going to do a mixture of both, and then hopefully when combined, it'll give us the effect we want. So and then the mozzarella. The mozzarella is going to be like the stringy. It will have a higher melting point. Like it'll be a bit more resistant to the heat as well. Oh my gosh. Maybe I should have looked at making cheese curds. Man, there's a lot of cheese. Let me think. Shall I? No, I'll just do this. Like, kind of like. Oh no, I have a cheese knife. I have this knife. It's a cheese knife that my mother bought for me. She went to like a German village and she came back and she was like, I got you a cheese knife. And I was like, oh, okay. Like just a singular cheese knife. So I'm going to tear up this mozzarella. I want it to be like kind of rustic. So I'm just going to like have some fun. Just, it's bouncing around. Just tear it up. Get like some small chunks in there. So this is our substitute for cheese curds. I know that in if I went to some of the if I went to some with my man, yeah. I would love to one day have like I'd probably do it like if I was a proper VTuber. I'd love to do like a cooking, but my mum doesn't speak. She does speak some English, but her English is not the strongest. And then she might accidentally call me by my real name. So my mom might accidentally dox me because, she doesn't have I don't know if she has the ability to separate out. That would be funny. She's a very Viet mum. Lightning / milestone. I have no ability to translate this right now, so I'll just acknowledge that you've typed something. But my hands are full of cheese. Pulling out cheese. And I know you're capable of speaking English. So you can type what you want. All right. Okay. I'm gonna break up some of this halloumi to give myself some space. Ooh, this halloumi is like very crumbly. Very easy to break compared to the mozzarella. My fake cheese curds. And then now Melson has written some. It kind of looks like Japanese kanji. Or it could be Chinese. All right, I've torn up all the halloumi and I need to put out the rest of this mozzarella. I think I'm gonna need like, for this amount of cheese, I don't think I have, I have some fries, which I'm gonna air fry. Chips, fries. In Australia, we call French fries fries, and we call chips thick cut chips. I don't know if other places in the world do the same. So I have some chips. I am someone who oh letting the mod pulled back your messages. And I think you translate it into like, friend is a girl who eats pho. I am a cheese grill. A cheese grill or a cheese girl? Am I a cheesy girl? Okay, I'm gonna try some of this halloumi. Squeaky. Mozzarella. Great mozzarella. Okay. Mozzarella kind of has a more of a milky taste, and halloumi is a bit more salty. So I think these two together will be good. All right, now I need a pot to make gravy. Oh no, I needed to wash the potato pot so I could use it to make gravy. Hang on. Let me just quickly wash the pot I used to boil potatoes so that I can use it to make gravy. Actually, do I have enough? So the recipe that I looked up, it was kind of like a thesis on poutine, honestly. But their conclusion was that they preferred a gravy that was made with a mixture of beef and chicken stock, because I think they liked the color and the taste. So, as someone who has not had poutine, who doesn't have a strong opinion, I'm like, okay, I mean, you've clearly thought about this, so I'm going to accept that. Oh, you think my chips are called wedges here, but we also have wedges. This is the confusing thing. So wedges are when chips are cut into wedges. Like, all right, yeah. I'll show you when I go to air fry them. I'll make this here. Oh, Cat is like, so do you have like steak cut fries? Is that what you call them? Where they're kind of like a chunky cut? Now, I got some bone broth to make it extra tasty, and some chicken broth, some Asian chicken broth. The regional differences of different things that you find. All right. So they use cornstarch. I don't have cornstarch. I have tapioca starch. So that's what I'm going to use for my gravy. There's a lot of butter. So there's butter, beef and chicken broth. Oh, and because making a gravy, this is a perfect time to use my sauce whisk. Stir in about half the cornstarch mixture and simmer for a minute. So if you want more, okay, that's fine. Season with pepper. Okay, let's get the pepper ready as well. And taste and add additional salt if needed. All right. We have the gravy ingredients. I will need a bowl for the starch. You mean steak fries? So we call them steak cut chips, but I think different areas of the world may call them steak fries, where the implication is that they're thicker chips. We also have crinkle cut chips. We are a nation that really likes our potatoes, but I think a lot of nations really like the potatoes. So I don't think we're completely unique in that regard. Okay. How much butter am I doing to this? 6 tablespoons. I mean, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? This is literally like, I'm not going to do 6 tablespoons. Yeah. Oh, they also add flour to this. Am I making a roux? When does the flour come in? The starch. I don't understand why there is also, in the poutine gravy recipe, they have both cornstarch and 1/4 cup of all-purpose flour. Dissolve the cornstarch. Oh, I'm making a roux. Okay. It's a roux again, but is there milk? No, so hang on. Is roux just like, I think the roux is the technique of, let me double check myself. I think roux is just the technique of like butter. Oh, white sauce. Okay, no, it's not like a roux, but well, it's built on the basis of butter to flour. 1 part butter, 1 part flour. So it's the basis starting of a roux. Okay, the 12 minutes is up. Is this ready to come out? I have no idea, chat. Let me just do another 3 minutes. Hey, Google, set a timer of 3 minutes. So steak cut is rectangular and wedge is triangular. Yes, yes. I think that is a good categorization, Kat. Oh, I'm going to open up the spring form. It's holding. I think it's good. Okay, stay there, buddy. Stay there. I feel like this is dangerous. I feel like I'm going to move it over here so I don't accidentally hit it and so it doesn't like go flying while I try to navigate this butter roux situation. Okay, so we're going to do, okay, so this is why they needed so much butter. 6 tablespoons of butter to how much? 1/4 cup of flour. Now, I'm going to, I reject it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of like eyeball and then try and match it to per spoon of flour. If it's a 1-to-1, so if I do like 2, oh, and there's like still some potato on the bottom of this pot. Whoops! I didn't do a good job. I kind of rush washed it. Hopefully the potato won't burn. Too late. You need 18 minutes till 4 hour mark. We're probably going over time. I think that's the reality of this situation. But not by much, I don't think. Okay, if I do like 4 cubes of butter and then I melt that and then I eyeball about 4 spoons of flour. Oh, crap. Damn it. Why did I do that? I have to let the flour melt first before I add the butter. No. Hopefully it won't burn. And I've run out of flour. I have some extra flour here. And I need what do I need? I need a spatula or a wooden spoon. Wooden spoon for this sort of situation. Panic. Would it be an Armo stream without at least one panic session? Could I even call it one of my streams? Okay. We did 1 spoon of flour. Okay, I'm going to use up this. And then Oh my God, the timer went off. 2. Oh no. Hang on. Wait, I'll turn that off the heat. And then I'll have a look at the pastry. Okay, I think the pastry is done. I need to get it out of it. Oh my God. Hey Google, stop the timer. Yeah, I need more. Oh, I know. Yeah. Chat, I'm gonna put it on the dining table. This is what we're looking at. But they need to absolutely cool down. They're very, very hot. Okay. And then I need to take the other tray out. This is okay, they're a little bit toasty, okay? But I think they'll still be okay. Those ones were on the top rack. Okay, back to the gravy. The fire shall cleanse the land. No, let's not. You know, once I tried to make Yorkshire pudding, and what happened? Oh, so Yorkshire pudding is essentially like a flour mixture thing in a lot of oil, and then you bake it, and then the pastry essentially like fluffs up. I'm adding more flour because I'm eyeballing it, and it looks like there was too much butter to flour ratio. Don't ask me how I know. It's a sense. And sometimes my senses are off. So don't rely on me. Okay, so now I'm going to heat back this. And then what we're going to do is the butter should now encapsulate each grain of flour. And so the starch in the flour should now kind of start to cook. That's the idea. And then when it cooks and you add liquid to it, it becomes like a glue-like substance. And then therefore it thickens and becomes the base of the gravy. It's good. So there's a bit of like a slight change in texture I can see. And color change. So where the flour is cooking, it becomes like a paler yellow. And essentially you're mingling fats with starch or flour. Yes. And you see like little bubbles forming, which is good. I think I have the heat too high, so it might actually burn it. So I'm going to lower the heat down. What else am I going to do? I was going to this is good. It kind of looks like sand now. I know it's a terrible description, but it actually looks like sand, like kind of like wet sand, because the fat is bubbling through the flour paste kind of thing. I wonder. So there is a certain point where you need to get all the starches kind of cooked, and it's getting there. Could do with a bit more flour. Possibly. Yeah. Oh, it's becoming a bit brown. Okay. I'm going to take it straight off the heat and just incorporate that little bit of extra flour. Okay, I think I went over the tipping point. So I'm going to let it cool down a bit, because if I kept keeping this on the heat, it would burn. But it's got like a little bit of like a brown color, which is fine. Okay, now we add the stock by parts. Is that how they do theirs as well? Turns golden brown. Okay, I would say that's golden brown. Add the chicken and beef broth. Now, they said add, but if you want to try and reduce lumps, you can do this technique where you add a little bit of liquid and then you mix it until it becomes like a uniform sort of like texture concentration. And then what happens is that as this absorbs, as the flour absorbs the stock, the sauce, the whatever you want to call it, it like dries up. It's kind of cool. It's pretty cool cooking science. I really like it. And so when you add it by parts, you eventually will hit a tipping point where there's more liquid than flour. And so then it becomes a sauce. So at the moment, when you're adding it in, the flour is just absorbing the stock. And you can see it's getting kind of like plumper. Have you read Salt, Fat, Acid, Heat? No, I think was there not a documentary about it? I like cooking movies and cooking shows. Yes, there was. I think I've watched the TV show about it. But I think there's also another element of like umami, which I think is like not really categorized as salt. I don't know what, it's kind of like a mixture of like amino acids and how amino acid flavors hit the tongue. It's so fascinating. I think maybe I need a bigger pot. I think this is going to make a lot of gravy. It's fine. Whoa, look at the way. I do have like another thing that I want to do as a concept, which is I have this book that I bought a long time ago called Cooks Illustrated, and it teaches like different techniques. And I think they have in there recipes of how you can like, how those techniques are. Oh, I have the heat off, by the way, because there's enough residual heat and it's absorbing enough that I'm happy with how it's progressing. But yeah, this book I want, and I love to do like a series of like where I test out these recipes and as part of it level up my cooking skill by learning these different techniques. And they're all like experiment, like the America's Test Kitchen. They do a lot of like cooking experiments. Yeah, they kind of like try to add science to cooking. I've always wanted to one day like make my way through that book. Maybe I should do like a series of cooking streams. Or I like find recipes and then I just pick out like a topic. So you know how we do like different themes for different days. I do like cooking where I'm like, yep, we're trying out, you know, this technique. And then that's the focus. Okay, that's all the beef broth. Whoa! Kind of splashed some. Whoops, I made a mess. Now, beef broth already itself. Okay, that last step, I probably added it too much of a quantity. So I'm just going to give this like a good stir to try and like even out the lumps before I start adding more chicken stock. Just spread them on the side. Ooh, this looks good. Okay. I can see that there's still lumps, but it could be worse. I don't think there's any like big lumps. Okay, now I'm going to open this can of chicken stock. And then do the same. Add by parts. This adding by parts technique is a technique that is used in manufacturing of, like if you're making a cream and stuff. You add by parts because it's easier to control a smaller volume and have it consistent than it is when you add like all the total amount that you need for the final product. If that makes sense. It's easier to like mix and control. Okay, chicken stock. Okay, it's getting, now it's reached that tipping point and it's way more liquid than it is the flour paste. And this is what gravy is. Thick stock. So in which case now, because it's all liquid, I don't have to like do it as much by parts anymore. I can just like dump the whole thing. kind of in. There is still definitely lumps, but because a lot of it is saturated, it will make it much easier to mix in. And plus, with my handy dandy soup mix, it will really make sure that everything, all the lumps break up. You know, a lot of mixing chat is actually about chaotic, what's the word? There's like a I don't think it's is it thermodynamics? It's like a state where what you want is like chaos so that the molecules like rub up against each other. Whereas, so when you stir, to effectively stir, instead of stirring in a circle, which just causes, you're putting in potential energy, forming it into kinetic energy, and all the molecules are going in the same direction. If you want to effectively stir something, you have to go with like a chaotic pattern, if that makes sense. So that everything collides together inside the pot. But when you're cooking, ideally, you also don't want it to splash everywhere. Because when you go against it, because some particles will have like a constant velocity that you've applied because I've put in potential energy from me, transferred to the spoon, and then put it into kinetic energy for the like gravy molecules. And then if I suddenly chaotically change direction, you're inputting different potential energy to change every direction and overcome the initial velocity. Isn't it cool? It's so cool. Anyway, you don't really have to think that hard about this stuff, but you know, it's fun. It's application of like theories. All right. And now we need to add starch. Interesting. Interesting. So starch, water, 2 tablespoons of water. Okay. I disagree with the amount of water you need because then it will just dilute my flavor. So I'm going to heat this back up because I need the heat to do the thing with the starch, to heat up the starch fibers, molecules in the tapioca starch. I'm going to use my tiny whisk to suspend the starch in water and form like a slurry is the word. Okay. And then I want to bring this up. So I want this. Oh, actually, I can add this to this because once I add in these like concentrated starch slurry into, I lost my whisk. I used a too small spoon. And I stir it. Now the concentrated starch slurry is now being diluted by the total volume of the gravy mixture. And so now, like in here, we have cooked flour particles, we have uncooked starch particles that once I apply heat to, will then like erupt, cook, whatever, change its structure and become like a new form. And then the new form will make things thicker. There's also other agents that I looked at that also become like more of like a thickening agent. So if you were doing like a keto low carb, you can look into using xanthan gum as a thickening agent. But xanthan gum is, I find, I've never perfected the use of xanthan gum in my thickening process. It's kind of like a bit more finicky and it tends to want to form like a gel-like structure. So I think people do use it in molecular cooking, but I think what they do more with it is that they use an immersion blender to make sure that it doesn't stay in like a clump of gel. Yeah. But I'm just like, starch works for me. It's fine. I think because and also sometimes xanthan gum can have almost like a slimy texture. So it may not be like the nicest mouthfeel, but you know, if you're putting in like heaps of other fats and flavors and stuff, and especially using an immersion blender to form like a thickening gel-like substance, you may not like, it may not really affect you. You don't really care. For me, like I'm more familiar with starch and how starch behaves and how to use it. I'm cracking the pepper. I want lots of pepper. And then we'll do a taste. And we'll see. See, look, it's now, I've added the heat. It's heating up. I can feel sometimes like you can feel things as you stir using your spoon. You can feel the resistance as it thickens up. It's thick. I need to stop amusing myself with like, I don't know, the word thick is so fun to say. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna scrape. I accidentally put too much pepper on this wooden spoon. Just gonna scrape that. Oh my goodness. Do you know what? I'm gonna be bougie. I bought a whole thing of thyme. Can I just add some thyme? Can I add some thyme? No. Yeah, I'm gonna add some thyme. What do you think, chat? Nah, whatever. I don't need your permission. I'm just gonna add it. Oh. Okay, I've added some thyme. Oh, I want to add some more pepper. Yeah, it's thickening. Everything's thickening. Pepper. Whoa. Accidentally got too close to the pot. Oh. This is some thick boy gravy. It's good because it will cling to the fries. Oh, that's right. I need to do the fries. Okay, I want to taste this first. So this is a light gravy in that it's a mixture of chicken and beef broth, which I've never done before, actually. I've only either made like a beef broth gravy, which is kind of like a darker brown, your classic gravy. And I know in the South in America, there is like a white gravy. Recipe links, Tidy. Recipe links. Mmm. Damn, that's good. I don't know if I noticed the time. It's really good. I could just drink that gravy. I would not add any more salt. Oh, I feel the little hint of thyme in there. Actually, did such a good job mixing the gravy that I didn't even need to use my sauce whisk. Guys, I'm skilled. Am I? Actually, I think I want more pepper. I'm a pepper fiend. So let's just whack in more pepper. Okay. All right. So let's air fry the chips. Where did I put them? Yeah, I went lazy, guys. Like, what you gonna do? Actually, what I might do is I might get one of the cork boards and get rid of the burner. I don't need it anymore. And that gravy is going to retain, because it's thick, it's going to retain heat for quite a while. Okay, so I'm going to put it here. I'm going to move this out of the way. And then, so this is what I have. Garlic, basil, and Parmesan flavored chips. I went for something a little bougie. 100% Aussie potatoes. They're like shaped like this. I don't know if you can tell. Kind of like a big. They're kind of like a diagonal cut. So, air fry 16 to 18 minutes. Heat air fry to 200 degrees. Air fry to approximately 16 minutes and shake halfway through cooking time. Bake to a light golden color. All right. I didn't put it in earlier because I didn't want my brain to be too stressed by the sheer number of things that we're dealing with. Okay. Let me reconfigure my air fryer to handle the tray that we need. I love the invention of the air fryer. It is such a useful invention. Okay, I have not. Yeah, I need to. Don't judge my air fryer tray. It's kind of It's it's kind of like dirty. There's like saucy stuff stuck to it. I'm going to try and get it off as best I can. I need like a wire brush. That's what I need. But it shouldn't stick to the air fryer. Okay. It should be fine. And I'm going to I'll cook half of it. I think cooking all of it is like a bit too much. I think enough for like a heaped portion for the camera, you know. All right, there's our fries, and then while we do that, yeah, my air fryer has a preheating function. I need air fry at 200 degrees for, they said, 20 minutes. So maybe I'll put it like 20. Okay. And then it will preheat, and then it would beep at me when the preheating is done. So what we can do in the meantime is I need to transfer this flour. Oh no, I'll do it outside the stream because I'll probably make a mess, and then I don't need all my embarrassing moments on stream, okay? Like some things you just don't need to see. Okay, and then I'll put this away. So I've portioned out how much I want. And then we can check out the pie, and I can do some photos of the pie while we wait. And then let me wipe this down. Yay! It's our like rewarding time where we get to like look at all the stuff, all the pretty things that we made. My goodness. Whoa! Okay. It's still on its metal base, so I've got to be careful. It's a bit slippery, slidery. I'll move this over. Let's swipe up some of these crumbs. I'm going to put away this salt and pepper and stuff. I'm done with the flavorings. Everything has been appropriately salted. I'm going to go grab my camera. 1 second, chat. Okay, let me check. All right, I have my camera. Let me adjust the white balance. I noticed the last few times I've taken really, really dark photos. So I'm going to try and like... Wow, this is a girthy pie. Oh man, it's a big boy. This is a lot of pie. I might actually need reinforcements. Yeah, I'm gonna bring some of the like decorations at the back forward. Just give it some interest. Okay, so I should change the camera because now we're in like, you know, the final stages. Let's do this. Oh yeah. This is good. So you can see what I see. I might flip this. Whoops. Nope, too much. Do like that. It's good. Okay, this is what we have. Looks nice. It looks very rustic. Very, very cute. Shall we cut it open, chat? Ooh, you know what would be really good? Okay, if this pie is dry, I have gravy. I have so much gravy now. Look how much gravy I have. Like, there's so much gravy. I can eat the pie with gravy. Oh, hang on. I need a plate. I need an appropriate plate for this pie. We're pretty limited with options, once again. Once again, I don't have very many bowls. Let me think. The pie is going to be brown and it's flat. So I think I want to put it on a flat plate. I think like this, like a neutral blue kind of plate. I'll put the cheese to one side. Okay. Now, how do I cut this pie open? The crust is going to be really thick. I should use scissors. Yeah, I should use scissors. And then I will use a knife. Maybe I'll use a smaller knife? No, a bigger knife. No. Okay. A meat cleaver? No. I won't use a meat. I have this knife. I'm going to use the scissors to kind of try and nicely cut through. I'm going to go for here, like this. So, or there's a weak point here, like this. And through this weak point. Oh, okay, hang on. I'm trying to cut like a nice crust. Oh, that's a preheating. Hold on, pie. I need to put the fries in. Okay, now air frying for 20 minutes. I'm gonna incision, surgical precision chat. I'm gonna do small cuts. Because I don't want to ruin the rest of the aesthetic. I need like a X-Acto knife. Okay, I have crumbs, but that's okay. We can deal with that. All right. Oh, and luckily there's an overhang. So I can kind of like, okay. I don't think I've cut through to the bottom. I'm trying to, and I went for this big knife so that I could use it as a spatula, like this. No, I don't think I've cut through the bottom. I feel resistance. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, pie. Let go. Oh, okay, hang on. We can fix this. I can make it clean and then just kind of pack it in. Hey, it looks pretty good. Okay, let me recenter this. Our pie. Oh my goodness. It is, this is a really big pie. I cut it for aesthetic. It's way too big of a slice for me, but I'm gonna, my chopping board, it's not big enough. Oh, where's the camera? Quickly, before the shape of the pie disintegrates. It needs like a garnish sauce of some kind. I don't know. It's really hard to take an aesthetic photo of a pie, guys. Oh my god, there's like crumbs. And you know me, I'm not going to post-edit it out, so I should clean it up. I think it's okay. You tell me what you think. What do you reckon? Looks alright? There's like a nice bokeh effect of the pie at the background, and you get like a nice cross-section. It's good? Okay. Thank you. Let's eat it! Oh, I'm excited. Okay, fork. I think this is a fork situation. Fork situation. Itadakimasu. It is a tortiere. I don't know. Oh no, that's an Italian accent. Tortiere. I don't know. We'll just say it softly and just be like, please forgive us, any French people. Okay. So, imagine if you've had shepherd's pie, that kind of thing, But then I did bump up the spices. So I did chuck in a whole ton of pepper, but I like it. I like the pepper. The celery is like a little bit of like a soft fiber texture. How does it taste with the pie crust? Oh, oh yeah. This is probably better as a thinner base pie, but oh, guys, this is really good. I want to try a bit of the gravy with the pie. I mean, it's already really good by itself, but just 1 second. I'm just going to sneak some gravy. I just feel like they're a match made in heaven, chat. Okay, I have a little bite here with some gravy that I took from the pot. Oh, it's like comforting, it's savory, it has spices. All the spices kind of blend together because there's cloves, there's nutmeg, there's ginger, allspice, mustard. The only one that I can probably pick out is the pepper. Everything else just sort of enhances it. I can imagine you're in Canada. It's Christmas time. It's cold. It's snowy. You know, it gets New Year time. You gather around with your family, and then you're like, I've made a hearty pie, family. Okay, maybe I will smash this entire pie chat, but I need to save space for the poutine because the poutine will be chunky. Oh, and then you take like the crispy pieces on the side and put some pie on it. Oh my goodness. Mm, mm. The sealing technique using egg wash to join all the pieces of short crust pastry together worked really well. This is good. And I'll use the pie as a backdrop for the photo of the poutine. There's still like 14 minutes to go. So, you know what else we have? Let's skip to a little bit of dessert, chat. Let's skip to dessert. Now, shall I try taking out one of these ones? Yeah, I think I'll take one of those ones because I just looked at it and I was going to say, oh, should I take it out of the ramekin ones? But they're uglier. These ones are more attractive. I think the most attractive one is, I think, maybe this one. Okay. Oh, I need a plate. This is where I need actual plate, not a sort of half bowl. I think the little plate I have is this like rusty one, which is like kind of cute. It's kind of like florally. Oh, it's not coming out. I'm going to use a spatula to try and maybe some of the sugars came down. Oh, maybe I use a knife. I don't want to scratch the muffin tin. Maybe I should have sprayed the bottom of the tin with... Oh, no, it's coming out. We got it. Bloop. Okay. She is cute. Okay, what I'll do is I'll move the pie onto a plate. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm trying to keep the chopping board as like the main kind of like background for photos. So I move the pie to there. And then that can stay in the background. Oh, so many crumbs. And then take the photo like this. Like, I gotta find the best angle. Like that, like that. Okay, let me try. Yeah, I need to not have them. I need to have like that flat side of the pie. Okay. This is what I have for pie. I mean tart. Actually, I think there's too much bottom side. Do this. No, it's not centered. I can't tug it too much. Oh, this one's much better. Yeah, let me show you. I'm happy with this one. It kind of gives it a bit of a glow. Anyway. All right. We're going to eat this tart. Scissors? What do you reckon? I don't think I baked this properly. I think this would have been better with a blind bake. The sides did not get crispy. The tops did, but the sides did not. So I think when they said 10 to 15 minutes, oh, it's very oozy still. Hang on, maybe it needs a spoon. I think you just meant to pick it up and eat it. I think you actually could go in for another bake. Oh, it's still very liquidy. It is not set at all. Is this even safe to eat? Debate on whether the tart should be runny or firm. If you want a firmer, less runny filling, simply add an additional egg. I think ours is too syrupy. Oh no! It's meant to look like this. But it doesn't. Do they use puff pastry instead of short crust pastry? Did I choose the wrong pastry? You know what? I'm going to put it back in the oven, chat. But aesthetic-wise, it looks good, I think. This is still very liquidy. I don't think the bottom ones had enough heat. I think these ones are a little bit better. Hang on. Let me try to shove a spoon down there. No, it's still liquidy. Okay. I think that one was a bust. I don't think it turned out quite the way I hoped it to be. So I think the way to rectify this is put it back into bake again. Yeah, like I know. Sometimes it just doesn't go that way that you want it to. So I think the way to rectify this is to put it back in the oven, but what I will do is I will cover the tops with foil so that the top doesn't get more burnt. And then hopefully the inside will just continue to bake and hopefully set a bit more. And it might be, let me reheat the oven again. I mean, look, the pie was great. So even if the tarts didn't turn out great, we might have to reattempt the tarts in the future. I'm happy to keep eating the pie. Oh, really good. Really, really good. Big fan of the pie. Okay. I'm going to preheat the oven and then I'm going to put these tarts back in. And then is it time to construct the poutine? 6 minutes. No. All right. I guess you're just stuck with me for a bit, chat, as we chit chat and as I eat pie. Savory meat pie. Because there's not much more I can do. Anyway, I watched a whole bunch of videos on Canada. The problem was, because I've been so tired, I would watch the first bit of it, which is like the Viking history, how the British claimed it, put a flag in it, didn't do anything, traveled on their way. And then later the French were kind of like, oh, we want to do more stuff. Yeah. And then the French were like, oh, we're going to claim this part of it. I'm surprised the Spanish didn't get all up into the Canada business. But I guess like they did end up in like places like New Mexico. Oh, I'm sorry, not New Mexico, Mexico and things like that. Like they did colonize those places. And the Philippines. I mean, it was just like vying for resources in that period of the world. Yeah. So it seemed like the impression I got was that Canada was kind of like liked for some part being part of the British Empire. But then I don't quite know what happened at some point for them to be like, I think because, yeah, I don't know. I don't know at what point they were like, nah, we want to be our own country now. I think it was a mix of like, because of the different provinces joined together and some of the provinces were British owned or British like historically, and some of the provinces were French. And so as a result, it's like, oh, well, we can't just all just keep being under British, as opposed to Australia, which is still considered, we still recognize the king as our leader or as our king. And the Australian flag still has a Union Jack on it. So it's just interesting when and how that transition happened. Anyway, the moral of the story is I fell asleep. Not the moral. The TLDR is that I fell asleep towards the middle of multiple videos and never made it to the section that talked about that. But I did watch a couple of videos on the flag, the Canadian flag. And the sense I got was that people like genuinely like the Canadian flag. And it also feels like a lot of Canadians are quite proud to be Canadian, which is nice. They're like, they feel like Canada represents how they want to be, like internationally, how they want to be represented. I like to think of Canada as like a close cousin to Australia. Like we could be close cousins. Because there's sort of similar ideals and things. Yeah, I'm just demolishing this pie. Now that like we just have some downtime and there's a pie in front of me. What can I do, chat? What can I do? I must eat the pie. So next week, chat, I have to have another scan on Monday because I'm not yet, they said I'm not yet ready for the procedure. And they project that I'll probably have the procedure on Wednesday or Friday. Which means that at this stage I can't tell which stream is going to be yeeted or is going to be cancelled. Now, what we did have planned is that it's going to be very close to the 4th of July. So originally next Friday, we were going to do a 4th of July cooking. But with everything happening internationally and stuff like that, I'm a little bit, I thought I would do like an interesting take on 4th of July food, which was, I was thinking like, oh, maybe it'd be fun to not do like traditional 4th of July food, but maybe try and do vegan or vegetarian adaptations of 4th of July food. So I'm playing with that idea. The problem is that it makes it really hard to plan when I don't know. You like that idea, Kat? I'm just like over the international situations going on. And I was like, you know what? I don't care about being authentic for this particular country. I think I need to air fry it a bit more. Yeah, they just beeped at me. I'm just going to air fry it a bit more. Maybe like, it's not crunchy enough. Still do 200. Might do another 10 minutes maybe while we chat. Yeah. So maybe like I'm thinking like flavors you think about every day. Yeah, I know. This is my own little rebellion, I guess, of like, you know what? You're not in my good books right now. Government of the United States. I'm sure I'm not in anyone's good books either. And no one cares about my opinion. But this is just me being like, no, you know what? I don't care about putting in research for... Anyway. Okay, so I've decided... Punk Ahmed. Yeah, anarchist for Ahmed. Actually, that's an interesting idea. Anyway, so we're gonna go vegan vegetarian, 4th of July, so American foods. But so I'm thinking like, oh, I have to do some research. But it also opens up this whole realm of creativity because there are certain things I wanted to do, like stuff with like tofu. So like I know that a common like really American food is like barbecue, but you know, what is the vegan vegetarian adjacent that hits all the same like flavor notes and like still brings that like smoky savoriness to other things? And I was thinking like, oh, maybe so we could either do completely creative and pick some iconic American dishes and then try and recreate them as vegan vegetarian. I think like I'm gonna try and do vegan, but the problem is that I might struggle to find non-dairy substitutes of things. So I might just have to do vegetarian, which is also fine as well. Yeah, so I was thinking like, oh, should I do like full on? So so there's two ways to do this. This is like stream planning, okay? One way is to find like vegan, vegetarian recipes that people have added like American flavors to and use those. Or we do like a creative thing where we pick out some American recipes and then try and recreate the same flavors and the same like satisfaction that you get from eating them, but in a vegan vegetarian context. So, I mean, one of the foods I really love is barbecue ribs. And then for me, it's about like the sauce, the texture, like the fun in eating it. And then yeah, it's kind of like a soft texture. So I'm like, I think like I've seen some stuff that people have done with tofu where I think they brine tofu and it kind of makes it more absorbent to flavor marinades. So then if you get like a firm tofu and then you marinate it and then you barbecue it, so you get the char marks. And like I could probably, instead of barbecuing it, put it on like the griddle, like the griddle, not the griddle, what's the word? It's cast iron pan to get the same kind of effect. And I could also finish it off with a blowtorch to add more char to it. I do have a friend got me a present because obviously I'm into cocktails, right? A friend got me a cocktail smoker thing, but I haven't really used it much. But because there is a smoke, I'm like, could I smoke tofu and add that smoky flavor? I do also have liquid smoke, which is a cheat way, but it's a completely different like taste flavor profile. And you just brush it. It's a very artificial thing, but it's artificial. It's water, hickory, smoke flavor, vinegar, molasses, caramel, color, salt. And you can brush it on, oh, maybe we should try and use this. Indoor oven, outdoor grill. Brush on before cooking for tangy outdoor smoke flavor. Excellent for seasoning soups, gravies, sauces. Yeah, wherever smoke flavor is desired. So maybe I'll try and do that. Maybe like a smoky sort of like tofu. I'd also love to do something with gluten, but I'll have to find. So gluten is used in a lot of like Asian cooking recipes. Maybe the theme should be like vegetarian barbecue. What? There's also like a lot of like I've seen it before, Vietnamese vegetarian dishes that use a lot of like tofu, like bean curd skin for the texture. Yeah. Anyway, the more I talk about this, I'm excited. Now, the execution, well, the timing of it is going to be interesting because let's look at the calendar. So normally I do 3 streams a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And next Friday is exactly 4th of July for here. But the nurse said that I might actually need to go in to have the procedure on Wednesday or Friday. I won't know more until I have the scan on Monday because they're like, oh, you know, you're reacting to the medication, but you're not yet there yet. So we can't give you an exact date of when you're going to have the procedure. And so I'll have to, like, I'm thinking maybe what we can do is we might be able to move the cooking stream. So contingency plans. There's two potential outcomes, all right? I have the surgery on Wednesday, and then I have Thursday to prep for Friday. And depending on, I've decided that depending on like what my energy levels are like, I may not customize an outfit for Friday cooking for 4th of July, depending on how I'm going. The other option is, so the other fork in the road of like time decision things that happen is that my procedure might be on Friday. And so what I can do is I can move the cooking stream to the Wednesday. And like I'm hoping that by Monday I should know when the procedure date is and which is going to be cancelled. And if that's the case, then I can do the cooking stream on Wednesday and then have Friday off kind of thing. There is probably very low chance of like me doing anything on the same day I have the procedure because of general anesthetic. I imagine it would just like wipe out my ass. I'll just be laid out essentially. And I'm hoping that like they said, like by the next day you should be feeling fine. So I hope that's the case. It's not like a major, so essentially the way that surgeries go is that less invasive procedures, the recovery time is generally pretty good. So that's why like people do things like keyhole surgery. It's just a better, like faster recovery rate as opposed to open surgery where like you're cut into, there's things that have been opened, they're exposed to air, there's more stitches involved, there's more bruising, more trauma, etc. So I also anticipate that this should be pretty good within like a day or so, but there is always that disclaimer of like, hey, if I react badly to the anesthesia, I may not be in any condition in the subsequent days to be streaming. But we'll see how we go. I'm just being realistic about the whole situation and what the risks are. And I guess sometimes you just have to do that. But yeah. Okay, I'm waiting for the chips to fry up. Oh, they're looking good. Okay. Let us prepare a bowl. Now, for the purposes of poutine, either the gunmetal bowl or the green bowl. Green bowl. Yeah, green bowl. I'm going to go this bowl. The chips are going to be placed here. And then I will scatter the cheese over the top. And then we have the gravy prepared. Is it still hot? No, it's not hot. So I'm going to heat it back up on the heat. As the gravy is, I'm just gonna, as the chips are getting ready. And then I'm gonna use my tweezers, my metal tweezers, to place the chips on the, okay, so I think this is pretty much done. I've got a nice color on the chips. Bring out the tray. We have a small portion. Okay. Oh, yes. I'm plating. We are a professional outfit here now, chat. Look at this. Man, I want like a jumble mess. I mean, I could just jumble the mess, but you know. Yeah. Am I putting too much effort into this plating? Yes. Yes, I am. Is it fun? It is fun. I am enjoying this immensely. Sometimes, chat, like, I just do stuff in my life to be like, I don't think I would ever want to be like a full-time chef, but I'm like, yeah, look at me. I'm doing stuff that a chef would do. I'm essentially doing little like IRL cosplay activities. Role play activities, actually. I'll put this guy facing down. This guy here. Split this up. Oh, that is an aesthetic bowl of chips. Okay, I'll put this away. All right. And then as the gravy heats up, we're going to place the cheeses. So, mozzarella. I'm going to do like a and then halloumi. And then we're going to hit it with the gravy sauce drizzled over the top. How's that look? There we go. Heaps of cheese. Okay, and the gravy has been heated up. And then I'm going to use a ladle. All right, chat, here we go. Whoa. Okay. More gravy. I think you're meant to toss the chips through the gravy, but you know, That's messy. This is a more civilized serving. The cheese chunks are probably a bit too big. Yeah, I'm gonna do some photos. I'm trying to get the colors a bit better. All right. Here, you've never had this. Well, this is poutine, chat. So that's the photo I have. Let me show you the... So it is chips, it is cheese, and so you're meant to use not bean curd, cheese curds, but I don't have any. So we have a mixture of mozzarella torn up and halloumi cheese torn up. And then the idea is that the gravy is meant to like coat the cheese and melt a little bit, but not so much that it's that it's a runny mess. So, where's my fork? Let's try some. This is apparently the Canadian national food. All right. Oh, I have the mozzarella. I'm going to do a little bit of both. Oh, oh, stringy. Enjoy, enjoy. Hearty food today, I know. Mmm. Wow. Salty. Comforting. Crunchy. The halloumi is really salty. But it's good. It's how should I say it, chat? It is very decadent. I like it. I mean, I'm not like, it's as good as I expected it to be, you know? Because what is there not to like about chips, gravy, and cheese? So yeah, I have no complaints. Would I say it's like the best thing I've ever eaten? No. Because I have a Southeast Asian palate. And, you know. Send some, please. Yeah. Gotta do an Irish spice back then. I prefer Asian cuisine. I do. I prefer Asian cuisine. Get the chips and gravy, but also the terrible Chinese food. No thanks. I prefer Southeast Asian cuisine. It's probably my preference. I like, I like this is like leaning more towards salty, floury, kind of like carb heavy kind of food. And I enjoy this food on occasion, but this kind of food I find is always like very, very heavy. And I always feel very sluggish after eating it. And so I just tend to enjoy more Asian food, like Thai food, the salads, the spices, the chilies. I'm putting this stuff away as we talk because the cat will definitely try to make a run for this or make a go at this when we are at the computer doing a rough retro. I feel the same way. Okay. And the thing is, like, I tried to find other dishes in Canada, but I think a lot of countries that have been influenced by British or French cuisine where it's like there's a lot of butter, there's a lot of salt, there's a lot of like heavy meat. I always prefer like kind of like fresh sort of like flavors and stuff. I grew up Vietnamese. I am Vietnamese. And so a lot of the stuff that my mum cooked was a lot of like lighter style soups. Like that to me is more homey than anything. Things being more kind of like simpler tastes. Yeah. Not that this isn't simple taste, but it's a lot of butter. It's very heavy. It is nice. I do have a lot of it to eat now. I'm aware. I'm running out of spaces to hide food from the cat. I just kind of have everything stacked in this. I will take the poutine with me because I can't leave it exposed on the bench. And then we'll do a rough retro. Do you reckon she'll make a go for the, you know what? I have come to learn that she will make a go at anything. So I have a lid for the gravy. That should be enough. I will take this and this with me. And then I don't think she'll make a go for the egg. But you know what? I'm just going to rinse it in water, egg wash. Because, it's like I'm trying my hardest to keep her alive. And it's like she doesn't care or appreciate. She like tries to eat things that could potentially hurt her. Because cats aren't meant to eat garlic and onion and stuff. And like, no, honestly, so ungrateful. No appreciation for how I'm trying to keep her alive. Look, if you live with cats, you will know this. All right, I'm going to go to rough retro. Okay. Oh, you know what? I'm going to add, Actually, I can hold this. Mine, cat. Yeah. Absolutely. It is so much of that. My two cats don't eat or really show interest in human food. Oh, Penguin, you don't know how good you have it. I've learnt that I cannot control mine. Um, I can't even control mine from not getting on top of the benches. That's how desperate she is. Mine's just like so much attitude. Maybe she is my inner spirit. Actually, I read something, someone showed me something the other day where they said like the cat, like a cat is like the soul of the home because, they love spending time at home. They like just being like cozy and stuff. And it's kind of like when you have a cat around that's like that, it just makes you want to spend time at home. And I love the saying of like the cat is the soul of the home. And I think it is. I'm biased because I have had family pets that were dogs before, and then this cat is my first cat that is my cat. And then now it's just like it's the best. It's the best, guys. Honestly, I complain about her a lot, but I love her. I love her to pieces. And I'm really, really hoping that there is currently a vaccine in clinical trials that is meant to help cats with chronic kidney disease. So I'm keeping an eye on that because my cat's not old yet, but I really want her to live a long time. And she's so sassy. Every time I try to bring her to like a play date with other cats, she is the boss. So she will, and she's smaller than other cats. Like I don't know, she's a stray, and she's just a basic tabby, but she genetically whatever she's smaller, but she's the boss. Like she will throw hands. It's just like even when we take her to like other like when I take her to a friend's house who has a cat, so it's not even her territory. She'll just be like, "No, back off." Oops. I ran out of battery. I had to swap to a different mic. Okay, I have to charge that one and this one. All right, let's do rough retro. Enough soliloquying about my cat. What makes us feel good? So, man, I feel like I'm going to go into a food coma from how heavy all this food is. But I feel like I've done an accurate representation of some Canadian food. So, um, and represented Canadian food. I think one of the things I want to take away from this Canadian Day is I really like that they decided to take on the maple leaf. Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, no, it's still working. I like that they decided to take on the maple leaf as like their identity on the international stage. And this like I have yet to visit Canada, but I believe that there is a lot of like forests, nature, lakes, mountains, a lot of I'm hoping a lot of pristine. That's the representation on the international stage. So I like the idea that a country has like really leaned into its nature. So I'm hoping that's the case. But yeah, I think I really really like the flag. And I like that the people seem nice. I would like to visit one day. But yes, I think we represent Canadian food. Celebrated Canada. I also I also liked that um post some of the tariff wars, the Canadians were just like, nah, stuff you. We're just going to consume Canadian goods. We don't need you. And then they made like a concerted effort to just focus on Canadian goods. And like they did it collectively as a country. And I love that. I really, really love that. They were just like, yeah, nah, we don't need your tariffs. We don't need your exports. Um, okay. Um, I'm actually gonna go to rocks because I can feel at the moment, feel a bit of like fatigue creeping back in. So I'll, so I think I just need to like watch out, just be in touch, be introspective with my energy levels. And then the weekend is coming up, so hopefully we'll have a good rest. Um, you'll be proud of me. I got invited out tonight, but that was like usually I'm always like up for when people invite me, but I was like, no, I decided to put my physical state first. I was like, look, I'm going through this thing. I would love to come because there is at the art gallery on Friday nights, they get these like local DJs to do a set where they and then they open up the exhibits at night. So you can buy tickets to go look at artwork while listening to like local DJs. So I haven't done one of these before. I really want to go. This is at the National Gallery of Victoria in the city. So there were a few more sessions running. Can you come? Oh my goodness. It would be so cool to have like all these events for people to come to. So for now I am just gonna not make any future plans and with like everything coming up and just wait and see how I feel. But yeah, you'll be proud. I was like, no, I'm gonna take a rain check. I don't have any other plans, but I just need to like measure out how much energy output. Very good. I didn't overexert myself. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah. So where do you want to go? So Monday will be pretty straightforward. Oh, we're still doing Fran Bao, which is as a horror game, it's actually kind of cozy. I mean, it's dark, but it's cozy. And definitely last stream, I felt like I was getting better at the puzzles. So I'm very much looking forward to. I hope we finish it next week, but you know, we'll see. We'll see how things go. Wednesday. I'm typing this one hand because I'm holding the wireless mic to my mouth now. Wednesday, we're doing Yakuza or Cooking String, depending on it is more on the chill side compared to most other horror games you've seen. Yeah. Um yeah, a lot of horror games like are more have incorporated a lot more jump scares. But I think this is what I like about horror is that it like to me in my mind I equate horror, sci-fi and fantasy as being these genres that allow people because there's no hard definition of what it is that it allows people to explore different concepts, different worlds, different universes with different rules in order to explore and tell a story that is packed full of different themes or whatever they want to do. Whether it's like representing, sci-fi is really, really good to sort of like explore what is, especially like traditional sci-fi, like written by like Philip K. Dick, which explores like, what is human consciousness? What makes us human? Like sci-fi is really, really good for that. Fantasy is really good at like, kind of like setting out, um, different concepts in society. What is power? What makes, what responsibility do people with power have? Um, and sort of more like the relationships, and all of these all these sort of genres overlap and things as well. And then with horror, it's just a different creative way, which is why I really enjoy things like it's this movie still had a giant impact on me, but The Substance, it's a body horror, but it was just so unique in the way that it told it, and how it represented it, and how women's bodies in and how fame and perception of women's bodies and how women age and things like that. Um, yeah. What other horror ones have been really, really good? Some of the more indie ones, the ones I've forgotten what the name of it. It was done by an Australian team, and it was like the representation of how insidious like drug use. It was like an analogy for drug use essentially, and like shaking this hand of this like thing, and then going into kind of like a trance, and it's being done at parties. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Anyway, side quest, brain side quest. Back to the main topic, which is rough retro. This is how it has been a 5 hour stream. This is okay. This is a different to compare to Yakuza. Yakuza, the like 7 hour stream was just because, oh no, you know what? It comes from the same brain space, the distracted pain brain space. Anyway, we're wrapping up. What makes us feel good? Making Canadian food, celebrating Canada, celebrating, you know what I'm going to write as? Celebrating Canadian spirit. Um, yeah. Yeah. Am I still having fun? Yes, I am. What pushes us forward? Having fun. I hope you enjoy the like different rhythms of energy that this stream goes through. There are some weeks where I'm like, yeah, let's do this thing. And then there's some weeks where I'm just like, oh. And there are some streams where I'm just like, even in the same week where I'm just like, yeah, let's just like slow down and be cozy, guys. um, I really want to recover my energy levels because I haven't really had the spare energy to practice my singing. I really want to keep practicing. I want to get better at and learn all the songs I have lined up. Um, just, I don't know, just to share in the fun of it all, really, is my motivation for that. But yeah, I can't really progress much without more energy reserves. And at the moment, that it's depleting fast. It takes a while to recoup. There's a little bit of brain fog, which is part of the fatigue. And but I know this is not my usual baseline state, and that once this, 2 weeks is up and I've had the procedure, then I should start to recover. Once I'm like, I'm not putting my body through such a stressful time. But yes, this too shall pass. So I just have to live through it, just like anything else in life. Anyway, thank you so much. Oh, honorable mentions. Okay. So we had. Ah, thanks, Yama. We had um the official actual first chatter as milestone. So it's important to acknowledge that. But the first person to claim it, claim the achievement was Yama. So those are the honorable mentions. We had yes, milestone slash lightning keeping us company. We had Carp Cat drop in for a little bit. Sammy, who's spiritually can claim it though. No, no, you can't, given that we're making rules up now. No, I mean, there's two things. There's actual people who typed the first message in chat, and then there's people that actually claim the one singular redeem per stream. And that's it. It's too late. I already pat myself on the back. No, no, I'm taking it away from you, Bertie Bear. Not allowed. As Penguin would say, unsubscribe, banned, something. There we go. Thanks, Penguin. Bertie, you mean bad, so it doesn't count. There you go. Bertie, 10 points to Bertie Bear. Oh, I wish we could. Oh, hang on. So if we decide, hang on, I just had a thought. What if per stream, there is a point counter? No, how would I even get this? How would I even set this up in Stream Elements? So, like, if we make it, whoever claims the redeem gets 1 point. Like, we just say, if you get the redeem, that's it. Like, you're it. So we need to change chatter behavior to be like, if you want to partake in this fake internet competition, you need to grab the redeem. And it doesn't matter if you type or not, like, the first person to grab the redeem gets a point. And then we, how would I even do it in Stream Elements where the counter is +1? And then it keeps a track of like who has points. And then how can it be done cross streams? Interesting. Ideally, I'd want to automate it, but I could do it manually. But ideally, I'd want to automate it. Anyway, brain went off a different tangent. Oh, I'm doing honorable mentions. Okay. All right, chat. The rule is going to be that if you claim the redeem, you get the point. And then I'll figure out a way to how to keep track of the points. Unless we do it in Discord. Anyway, sorry, I'm coming with solutions on the fly. This is not great. Honorable mentions. Oh yes, we had Yama, we had Milestone Lightning, we had Carpcat Sammy pop in, we had Tidy lurking, we had Jen come in and chat, we had a Penguin come in after work, we had Valk come in. I don't know if Valk is still here. They were doing physio, and then we had Cat. How could I forget Cat? Come in and keep us company, even though I can tell that there is some tiredness there from not enough rest and working a lot. And then Birchie Bear. Did I shout out Birchie Bear? Well, I'm shouting out Birchie Bear now. And I think that's everybody. I think we have everyone that was active in chat. And then in which case, thank you so much, everyone, for keeping me company. Thank you for celebrating Canada Day with me. I wouldn't say I know heaps about Canada Day. I probably know more about the Philippines now than I do about Canada. But I still enjoyed what we learned. Thanks for the stream. No, welcome. You're welcome. We learned some things together. But yeah, the most important thing is that we tried out some new dishes. I was able to have fun making gravy. I always enjoy making gravy. It's always a good excuse to make gravy. But yeah, please take care of yourselves. It is Friday here, so some of you are heading into the weekend. Some of you might still have a day of work left. Please take care of yourselves, regardless whether it is cold, rainy, or whether the world is hot and humid, depending on where you are. Um, you know, without your health and energy, you can't enjoy life to the fullest. So please take care of yourselves, um, and enjoy the human moments, enjoy the shared moments. Um, yeah, and have a good time living life. I will look, and you don't have to go wild or anything, okay, chat? You can just live life by being cozy. That is also acceptable. But yes, take care of yourselves, and I will see you on Monday, or unless I do some sneaky gorilla streams, depending on energy levels. Um, we're so close, chat. We're so close to publishing that long form video. I just want it done. Anyway, we're making progression. All right. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Bye. I see. Virtue, but I see the hydrate. No, Yama, you couldn't deny fast enough. All right, bye.